part two today, just to end things because it was so requested that we have a part two about this. And there are so many misconceptions about immigration that has been told to people. A lot of people have been ill-informed and misguided on a lot of immigration, as far as the stories that they've been telling, that the media has been telling. A lot of the media has been telling stories as if the immigration is just this completely immoral, unwarranted thing that no president has done before. It's unprecedented and unconstitutional even. A lot of people are using the term unconstitutional in the guise of illegal immigrants being deported, and they're really not sure what the Constitution is. A lot of people don't really know what's in the Constitution, evidently. A lot of people don't know the legal laws of ICE and of deportation. For one thing, there was a person, Mac, we had on the other thing, and he was saying that ICE needs a warrant and ICE is asking for ID. I want you guys to look this up, okay? And if I tell you guys to look it up, don't take my word for it. Just look it up yourself. ICE agents technically don't need an ID to ask for your identification, or a warrant rather. They don't need a warrant to ask for your identification. They can ask for your identification. They can, okay? Now, they can ask that they do need a warrant to go inside your home. They do need that to go inside your home or to go inside a business or whatever the case may be. Just like police need warrants for that stuff. So that's something that people don't know. A lot of the cases, there was one case recently of a woman who was deported back to some country in Africa. The country she was deported back to, I think it wasn't Ghana. She was a refugee from Ghana, whatever the case may be, right? And the media was saying that she was here for 30 years. But the thing is that what a lot of these immigrants are doing, and this is something that the media is not telling you, they're here on visas, whether that's a student visa or a work visa, whatever the case is, temporary vacation, whatever the case is, they're supposed to check in and do regular checks, right? It was Ghana, they deported her to Sierra Leone. Okay, thank you, Foundation, I appreciate that. You're supposed to do regular checks, all right? And get your immigration status or your legal status, okay, renewed. That's you have a legal status. You're not a citizen, but you do have a legal status. You're supposed to keep getting that renewed. If you have student visa or whatever the case is, what a lot of these people are doing is they'll come over here on a temporary visa, and then they'll go into a sanctuary city and stay there, which is what she was doing, which is what a lot of them are doing. They come here on temporary visas where it's already an arrangement, it's already an agreement that you're here for 12 months, you're here for a year, 6 months, whatever the case may be, or you're here for a specific thing, which is schooling, which is this, I guess, work visa or whatever the case is, or a vacation, and then they'll go to Chicago, they'll go to New York, they'll go to a sanctuary city, and then they'll stay there. And because they know these cities are sanctuaries from ICE and deportation, they'll live there for 30, 40 years. They'll even have kids there. They'll have kids in these cities and these states and all of this. And then when now Trump is coming in and he's bypassing through a lot of the sanctuary barriers that the sanctuary cities, states and cities have had, now it's all like, oh my God, this woman has been here for 30 years and you guys are deporting her and she's done nothing but help and she's done nothing but this and that. Look, we've had cases of immigrants staying here illegally for decades, all right? So it's not as if you get your citizenship stuff straightened out and then Trump just came and grabbed you. That's not what's happening. And I want you guys to understand that, because that's a lie that the media is telling you guys, all right? They're telling you that these are actual citizens. No, there's a difference between being a quote unquote citizen and having legal status here. Okay, you having legal status in this country gives you permission to be in the country legally, but it does not make you a citizen. That's a different thing. All right. So there are rules and regulations to that. Do you understand what I'm saying? So we have to understand that. So I want to clear a lot of this stuff up. Now, as far as Trump pausing immigration on poorer countries, I get it. All right. A lot of people are upset by this, but let me be very clear with you on this. As far as immigration, as far as right now is concerned, immigration needs to be paused indefinitely. For right now, America owes us reparations. There's a lot of problems America needs to fix before we start allowing anybody else over here. And I'm not talking about just poor countries. I'm talking about from poor countries to rich countries. I'm talking about from Europe to Asia to India to all of that. I say even put a pause, if not stop, because we really don't need it like that. Okay, and this is another finesse, and we can talk about this. But even on those student work visas and stuff like that, I forgot exactly the term for it. Those student visas that they be given to the Indians. Oh, that stuff needs to stop. This,
H1, H1B1.
thank you. The H1 visas, that stuff needs to stop. I'm not even in support of that right now. We have more than enough people in this country, foreign exchange students. Right now, yes. Okay? We have more than enough people who are not making ends meet that you could be training to give these skills to. Let me be abundantly clear. The reason why they like these H-1B visas is because these big corporations, these big businesses, they like to hire cheap labor. If you understand anything about business, the most expensive part of your business is going to be the labor. So the cheaper you get your labor, the more profit you get to take home. This is what farms do. This is what tech corporations do. This is why you have all the like tech support be Indians. And a lot of them be working overseas and all that. Or they'll be over here. Some of them be overseas. Some of them be over here because that's cheaper labor. So the cheaper you get your labor, the cheaper the biggest expense is, the more profit that you get to take home at the end of the day, which is what all of these billionaires and millionaires and all of that stuff does, right? Which is why there was a lot of them were giving them trucking licenses. I want you to understand how many billions of dollars they make off of that. All right. By exploiting cheap labor. Billions of dollars, not millions, billions of dollars annually that they make off of that. And you have Americans here who can actually be trained to do those jobs, because if they can do it, we can do it. It's not something that they're able to do that we're unable to do. Okay. And it's Americans who are living paycheck to paycheck, barely making ends meet, while these corporations that get a whole bunch of set asides and government subsidies and tax cuts and all of that stuff exploit cheap labor from foreigners. So all of that stuff needs to stop. So as far as the poor countries, I say that the immigration, there needs to be a pause. Now, I'm not saying that the United States of America I'm not an extremist. I'm not saying that the United States of America needs to completely ban immigration forever. I don't think anybody is saying that. Okay. Countries have immigration. Nobody is saying that America should ban immigration forever. But right now, America needs to do a lot of fixing of itself, a lot of cleaning of its own country. So we need to stop that. All right. Now we got like 4 people up here already want to speak. So I'm going to go ahead and let BX go ahead. I know you've already kind of said what you wanted to say, but if you want to say anything about this again and then set the decorum for the room.
Yeah. So I saw a tweet that I posted 5 years ago, not 5 years, 5 days ago, and it stated we need to pause all immigration and end TPS. And wasn't it like 2 days ago that Trump said he was pausing and doing all that other stuff? So I want to say this. I believe for us, foundational Black Americans, our issues are being handled in the ancestral realm. They're shaking things up. So I see a protest in New York. It looks very unseasoned. They're turning water hoses on them after
Oh wow.
hours of them being out there throwing themselves in front of the police cars. So I commented, and I know they're gonna come for me. I said, and it's still not comparable to FBA's civil rights movement. I'm tired of the comparisons. And when you shared me the live, I was over there writing it on Twitter. I'm gonna have to do it after I get off here. So here's my issue. All of our movements get hijacked by these other people. And they be like the Black Americans. Meanwhile, they're not speaking on our strange fruit in the South, unalived in the North, in the penal systems. They're not doing anything. They're not addressing anything within our community, especially in the town hall calls that I went to by AOC. But conveniently, when they think it's convenient for them and it's going to get them some leverage, and the same people who said they don't know who's Black and who would be eligible for whatever, they know it when they want to use it for their people, for their favorites. And I think we should start suing politicians, news stations, nonprofit organizations that never speak on when Black Americans need something, say willingly on national platforms they're not advocating for Black Americans, because Brian Donald said it, Kamala said it, some other people said it. And those are the people we need to start suing when they know conveniently they can latch or tether on their immigrant class to our history and our struggles. I'm tired of seeing it. I'm tired of hearing it. And I think they need to be severely reprimanded, because we're basically facing benign neglect, if you ask me. But I'll leave it there. So when you come up on the stage, on the panel, immediately go on mute until directed to speak. If you see everybody on mute and somebody is talking, mute up. Y'all, some of y'all don't have no decorum. Um, I had to say that. I love that word. When directed to speak, please
Rex
leave
is
with
so
your
funny,
ethnic
y'all.
group.
She is just funny. She don't even mean to be funny. She just be funny on accident. She don't even know she funny. She's
I ain't think I got a sense of humor, because I just be like, oh my God. But yeah, it's common sense. Everybody be on mute, and here come the Lone Ranger up here. Can I say something? I gotta say this. I'm like, sir, ma'am, calm down. Yeah, like no common sense. So lead with your ethnic group. And I'm going to just go ahead and tell you what an ethnic group is, because y'all have a problem with that too, right? So we know racially some folks are considered Black. However, Black Americans are double Black, right? Black is our race, Black American is our ethnic group. If you're a Black person because your race is Black and your nationality is American, you're still not Black American, right? You're just a Black person in America. Because Black American is my ethnic identifier, right? Afro elites and so on and so forth. So what that means, and there's a legal framework, we don't just pull it out our rear end, right? It's a legal framework for it. If your ancestors can be found on the 1870 census in the United States of America, not the Americas that everybody is doing, then you are a foundational Black American, and you can identify as a Black American / African American. If your ancestors cannot be traced to the 1870 census, then you are not a Black American, an African American, nor should you culturally identify as a foundational anything unless you're in your country. Okay. If you're bi-ethnic, you have one foundational Black American parent, one Jamaican parent, or one Haitian parent, or one Nigerian parent, so forth and so on, then you are bi-ethnic. That's the technical term, and we understand that everybody's allowed to speak here. If you have two Jamaican parents in your household, and they had you here on this land, you're a first generational. You're not a Black American, you're not an African American, you ain't foundational Black Caribbean unless you're in the Caribbean. It's not that hard. Afro Latinos, we understand you're of African descent, but Black is not synonymous with Africa. That change came around 1970 when people were able to self-identify. It got heightened in the 1990s, and now it's even more heightened with the call of our reparations and with our hip hop celebrations. Everybody decided who was saying, no, I'm Jamaican, no, I'm Haitian, no, I'm Puerto Rican, that now conveniently they're Black. Please stop that. We are not one and the same. We're a specific, distinct, and unique ethnic group in this land. So please don't identify as us. We need to make that a federal. They could get reprimanded for that too. That's identity theft. I'm on the road.
Have the
Sir,
conversation.
you're still an immigrant if you need a green card. Okay.
Somebody, yeah, I was looking for him in the chat room. Come up.
He's
I want to hear what you
Mexican.
have to say. Explain that to me because I don't think so. So if you want to come up and explain that to me, you can feel free to go do that. All right, now I'll let you speak. But until then, we're going to continue. Let's get to Queen Dee Dee.
Hey, how are you? I am in my 50s, U.S. citizen. I live in America, of course, and I am a Somali. I am very much happy with Mr. Trump and his permanently posing immigration for poor countries because that's good. Guess what? Let's say that he wanted to strip people from their citizenship if they were naturalized citizens. Who do you think he's coming to? And they're going to Liberia, maybe? I don't know. He is not into anybody.
Stop it. We are tried, true, and tested, and I remember you from yesterday.
You
It's
are
not
in
gonna
Remember her?
happen
I
for
want to
Black
get.
you're
Americans.
lucky.
Hold
You're
on,
gonna go
hold
to
on.
It's not.
Liberia.
Yeah, we're lucky because
Back
our
up, back up,
Yes, I
back
ancestors
got
up.
fought
it.
for
I got
life.
it.
Liberia. Why are you talking over
I
me?
got it.
You
Hold
said that
on,
you have
ma'am.
decorum. Where is your
Hold on,
decorum?
ma'am.
My
Hold on.
quorum is
Everybody pause.
stopping this
Everybody pause.
information.
Everybody pause. You're saying that Liberia, he's going to denaturalize people from Liberia, right?
No, no, he's gonna denaturalize the foundational black African to Liberia once he gets rid of
The
everybody else.
foundation. Who are the foundational Black Africans here?
I don't know. Now maybe they are the pretendians or the I don't know what they
You
are
mean
anymore.
foundational Black Americans?
Probably. That's you're
Oh
not
no.
foundational
Okay,
to
now
them.
you're saying
You're not
probably.
foundational.
Hold on, ma'am. Hold
You're
on.
not foundational
Hold
to
on. Hold
them.
on. Hold on. Stop. 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 You're saying we're not foundational
To them. You're
to
never gonna
them.
be foundational.
Okay. To them, we're not. It doesn't matter to them. We're not doing it for them. We
Well,
are
they can take you
foundational.
out. You're a minority. You're very, very weak. Unless if you're gonna fight them and then you know what happens.
We've
So
done that. Don't know. Yeah, we know what happens when we fight them. We win, and we've always done that. You wouldn't understand that, but
oh, okay.
they're gonna deport us. This is the
They
whole
will. They
haha
will.
is gonna happen to you guys too. That's a defense mechanism, and
No, it's not. It's
yeah,
not.
it is, man. Because
Oh
we're
no,
not
no,
being,
no. I
ma'am.
disagree.
Listen, ma'am.
Totally.
Hold on. We're gonna have decorum. You're not gonna talk over the host. That's rude. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. You're gonna rage quit again. You're gonna leave again. Do you see
Of
that?
course.
Do you
Yeah,
see
we
that?
can stop
I
bringing
knew it
her
wasn't
up.
going to take much. We all we got to do is let her speak, and I want you guys to understand this is how they feel. They want us to get kicked out, and they've been wanting us to get kicked out all year long, and they've been hoping for it. They've been praying for it. They want us to get kicked out. They want to be in us to be in the same boat. Oh, what's going to happen to you? He's going to denaturalize you. Do you know what it would take? He would have to rewrite the Constitution to denaturalize us, and he's not going to do that. He's not going to do that. Donald Trump has been the only person, and I'm not a Donald Trump supporter, but Donald Trump, I will at least say, Donald Trump has admitted that we built the country. All of the other Democratic politicians are saying that this is a country of immigrants. Donald Trump is really the only politician that I can think of that's saying that this isn't a country of immigrants. He can't denaturalize us because we're not naturalized, okay? We are America. We didn't become American citizens. We are America. We built America. We were here before America. And the fact that you're sitting up there hoping and praying that this is going to happen to us just shows the fact that we shouldn't care that it's happening to you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad she said what she said. I want you guys to see the mentality of the people that this is going to affect before you get out there and start jumping on the front lines to fight against this.
Mm-hmm. And she tried to say, brother, and you know what's funny? Oh, first of all, I just if you don't mind.
Yeah, go no, you got
Okay.
it.
Yeah, well I find it funny that she tried to say that we but she fled and came here. How can the people that fled talk about us being weak when they fled the country to come here? That's what I'm trying to understand. Then she tried to say, "Well, you guys are small. You guys are minority. Y'all won't." Does she not understand we've been fighting before 1965 by ourselves? Every war, you could name every war we have fought. We have fought. The Civil War wasn't all white tee on. That was us at the front line. We fought for that. That was a slave revolt. Let's be clear what that really was. Let's talk about the Seminole Wars, the Gullah Wars, where they had multiple times they had to fight. The army multiple times had to fight us to try to defeat us, and they couldn't defeat us multiple times. We fight. We don't need everybody. That's the difference between us. Y'all need the whole world. This is why y'all always trying to unify with everybody because y'all know by yourselves, y'all don't get up, y'all don't have a backbone, y'all can't fight. We don't need the world. We've been doing it by ourselves up until 1965 with no one. We've been the richest up until 1965 without anyone. Even before you guys, because you guys like to claim, well, you only rich because they colonizing our country. Even before they was colonizing your country in the 1800s and the 1900s, we were the richest melanated people in the world to the point where YT people had to come to us. Hey, black people, we going through the Great Depression. Can we get some money, please? Hey, Cadillac, this Cadillac, we about to go out of business. Can we get some money, please? They had to go to us for money. Let's be clear.
Yeah, but it don't
So
work like that, bro.
what that is hatred,
Hold
vitriol,
on,
and
hold on.
jealousy.
Wait your turn. Wait your turn,
I
sir.
got him. What that is hatred, vitriol, and jealousy. And like the brother Afro said, they are waiting so they can say, aha, where you going? That's why they would say, well, where you going to go when the president do this? And where you going to go when the president do that? Because they can't wait. They want us to something to happen to us. And then for us to go to their lands and be like, see, I told y'all. No. Trump already said, well, black Americans built this country. How you going to say we're not foundational when the president of the United States said, you know what, black Americans, you guys built this country. He said it straight up. We are the foundation of this country, whether y'all like it or not. The problem is y'all operate through a lens of being an immigrant and running everywhere and being kicked around. We don't operate through that lens. And that's why y'all can't fathom the fact that there's a melanated people that look kind of sort of not really like you, but have melanated skin that have this kind of power, soft power, and power to be able to, by all means, stay there in this country because we are the foundation. Because, and this is my last point, if that was the case, when at the height of racism and slavery, they would have kicked us out and sent us all to Liberia. But what happened was they begged us on their hands and knees, and some of us said, you know what? I thought about it. I think I may go to Liberia, and we went to Liberia on our own accord. They didn't force us. Let's be clear. So we got to stop the rhetoric of they gonna do this, that, and third. If they couldn't do it at the height of racism, we'll make you think they could do it in 2025. Let's stop playing. I'll land on that.
They're having a difficult enough time getting the immigrants up out of here. They don't even want to try doing that to us, rounding us up and deporting. They don't even want to try that. That would be their worst nightmare if they ever even attempted to do that. If they ever even thought about doing that, they wouldn't even want to try that. They already know. They said, you know what, a police incident here or there, and we already see what they be on. We don't even want to try rounding them all up and then shipping them away. They don't even want to try that. They wouldn't even dare. They wouldn't dare do that. They know better than that. They crazy, but they know better than that. But I hate to cut the line, but 55. Now 55 is gone. I didn't kick him off, but 55. 55. I was just about to get to him. Don't be scary now. All right, well, since you're gone, let's get to I am.
This is what they do, Afro 55.
55 kept unmuting himself, and he's tried to speak. He kept trying to speak, and okay, here he is. I want to know what's so important where he couldn't wait. What's so important, sir? But first
No,
of
I
all,
just had a, I just had a question, like,
but
because
okay,
I thought
I
like,
will hold on. I'm gonna answer your question. We have a mature decorum here, so just tell us where your ethnicity is from.
I'm Liberian.
Okay, all
Yeah,
right. What's your question?
I just want to know, like, are we having conversation on the entire immigrant scope, like every immigrant, or just Africans? That's my question, basically.
Well, my whole thing, if you would have listened from the beginning, my whole thing was that immigration, as far as to 2025, there needs to be a pause indefinitely on all immigration, not just African immigration. I'm talking about immigration from Africa, immigration from Europe, immigration from Asia, immigration point blank, period. Okay? Anything outside of America, hell, immigration from Canada. That's what I'm talking about. Because America got too much stuff that needs to be done. America got too many situations and problems they need to fix. All right, they got to give us
Absolutely.
reparations. They got to fix this part of the country. It's a lot America needs to fix,
I feel you.
and bringing all of these immigrants up in here is not helping the cause at all. It's not.
Right.
So yeah,
And you're right.
immigration definitely. Yep.
And you 100% right. But I think like where people frustration was coming from, it was like when like people, especially white people, right? When they say immigrants, they don't see Germans as immigrants. They don't see people like from France as immigrants. You know what I'm
That's not
saying?
true.
They don't,
They
That's
see
not
them
true.
as immigrants, but they don't like when you're talking about like Trump, because Trump is very lenient, and I've called Trump out on this because Trump is so he doesn't care about immigrants, or he says he doesn't want protective status, but yet he makes an exception for the South Africans, the white South Africans. You know, and so that's hypocritical, even though they're not really going through a crisis. So I'll call out the hypocrisy when it comes to the GOP on their selectiveness when immigration. Okay, I'll call out the hypocrisy there. I'm talking about our stance as foundational Black Americans. Immigration from anywhere is not beneficial. It's not helping. It's hurting the cause. So it needs to stop. So that's my stance on it. I can't speak for Donald Trump's stance. I can't speak for the GOP stance. I can speak for my stance. It's not helping the cause. It's hurting the cause. So we need to put a pause on that and fix what we got to fix.
and I
Okay.
feel and I
In our
and I and
culture,
I, and I
Can
100%
I
agree
our
say
with you,
culture.
right?
something
Hold
when
on,
he
hold on. Let me tell
finished?
you this. Let me tell you this. In our culture, before we have a family gathering, whether that's birthday, celebration, holiday, whatever we have, we make sure the whole house is clean. Let me tell you something. But my parents and I know this is a foundational Black American culture thing, and everybody in the chat room, y'all gonna agree. Before the family, before if you had guests coming over, your parents made sure you cleaned up the whole house. I'm talking about there wasn't no dishes in the sink. The floors were swept, mopped. You had to clean up your bedroom, even though they wasn't going in your bedroom. You had to make sure the bathroom was clean. And I'm talking about not just wipe. I'm talking about the mirror had to be clean. You had to put the Windex on the mirror. The bathtub had to be clean. You would think that your guests are spending the night. You would think that they spending the night. I'm talking about you behind the toilet. You clean. You got the what they call it, the ComEd in the bathtub. Had to let it sit there and soak. I don't know if that even works or not, but that's how we did it. We would let the ComEd soak in the bathtub. That's just how we did it.
And the
Okay,
point
get
is,
the stuff off the wall. Hold on,
One minute,
let me
because
cook,
it
man. Let me cook,
resonates
man.
with
So
people
we
of
would
the
have to
lineage.
clean up everything and then have the house all smelling good and nice, and then we let people in the house. See, that's how you do it. That's how you do it. You make sure the house is clean. Right now, we got a filthy house, and we keep letting people up in the house. No, 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 no. Okay, hey, well, I'm sorry, we can't have guests right now. We got to do some spring cleaning. We got to get some straightening done. So that's where I'm at with it. I'm going from
Actually,
a
let me
cultural
say this
perspective, and that's where I'm at.
if
So
they
you're
paid
implying that
more
the house was
attention,
clean at
no,
one
no,
Please
point?
be
no, sir,
quiet and let
no,
her speak.
sir, no. Don't ever mention my ancestors and think you're gonna get any grace on this panel. Stay on mute because there was others up here before you. You're muted from the chat, sir. Period. Now I'm making a statement. Stay on mute. Half if these immigrants, these melanated immigrants, paid attention to white people instead of paying attention to us, they'd see white teen men saying, if your family migrated here in the 1900s, you are an immigrant and shouldn't be able to vote. White teen men just went to a town hall and told their immigrant class, or even the Arabs even, that you have America looking like a third world country, go home. Y'all over here talking about, are y'all just bothering the world? Why would we take care of the white tea immigrants when white tea men are handling it for everybody? Y'all don't pay attention to them because you're so busy in our mix trying to tether on. We got our eyes on everybody. We know everything that's going on, but y'all think y'all know something. Y'all know shit. Y'all ain't fight them as long as we did. Mind your business and stop bothering us. And if you're not of our lineage, don't tell us if we're like our ancestors or not, because you don't know this. Personally, I don't think they would have liked y'all. And I'm talking about my ancestors, not my recently ancestors from the civil rights movement. Okay, I ain't talking about them. I'm talking about the captives who were captured and the ones that was here that was forced into bondage. Okay, I'm talking about them. Don't speak on them. Thank you.
All right, we'll move on. We'll move on. We're gonna get to I am Zamad. That's how you pronounce
What's
it.
up, man?
Hey, how you doing?
American from Michigan. I just wanted to say, I don't think it's a pause on poor countries. It's like chaotic countries. Because when they immigrate here, you see the behavior patterns they have here. Like it's not even 100,000 Somalians, and they stay in the news. They stay in the news for like we know scamming, gang banging, all type of stuff. Because they don't assimilate. They come from these third world countries, and they come over here with that behavior and isolate themselves, and they just want to build a third world country inside of America. They want to build what they ran from, which is real crazy to me, because they most of them are asylum seekers and refugees that had to be saved. So I never understood that. Also, the fear mongering they do, we can't be deported anywhere. Like that's not reality. That's not a real conversation. It's just deflection tactics. So is the are y'all focused on European immigrant stuff? They European immigrants had the highest return rate and the lowest naturalization rates. They're not fleeing. They come over here for temporary work visas and stuff, and black immigrants outnumber them by like double. So I don't know why they all that stuff is just deflection tactics to change the subject. And like Sis said, like let the white people worry about the white people. We can worry about the ones that come amongst us. We don't see them. I don't see European immigrants at HBCUs. I don't see them people. I only see the ones that live around us, and which is the black and the Hispanic ones.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, and I said this yesterday, and I'm gonna say this again. And I'm not. I'm definitely not in support of the European immigrants. It's not like I'm in support of them at all. But I want y'all to listen to this though. The European immigrants, they're not coming over here saying, well, I came over here with $5 and I made it, so what's wrong with y'all? Y'all need to pull yourselves up by your bootstraps. They're not coming over here having podcasts calling us lazy. They're not coming over here saying y'all just need to look past racism. Y'all need to do that. They're coming over here. You barely even notice that they're over here. I'm going to give you a situation very briefly, then we're going to move on. In Chicago, we've had a lot of the Ukrainian immigrants who've come over because of the situation with Russia and Ukraine. And they've come over and people barely even noticed. And it was like a few, it was a few hundred. If some, the numbers are kind of janky, but we'll say it was a few hundred, less than 1,000 of them come over. People barely even noticed that they came over. Now, when the Hispanics came over, that was very obvious. They stood out like a sore thumb. All right. The European immigrants, they don't come to the black community. That's the thing. Now, these other immigrants, they come and they directly are placed in the black community, and they're used as buffer classes. And the immigrants coming over, they're complicit with it. They'll come over and they'll be the Myron Gaines, and they'll come over and they'll be the Dinesh D'Souza's and the Vivek Ramaswamy's, and they'll come over and they'll say, hold on, I'm a person of color and I don't see racism. I think y'all need to let it go. They'll come over and they'll start getting in the way. So as a matter of fact, we should be more disappointed at you all as immigrants than the European ones, because the European immigrants don't come over here and get in the way of white people. But you all come over here and y'all get in the way of black people. So if anything, it makes y'all the worst immigrants, because they don't cause their people problems, but y'all cause us problems. Y'all see, you see that? You see that? Now let's move on to the
So
next.
you're just basically saying like the European immigrants are like better than like the Hispanic and African immigrants.
Did I?
No, they
Nobody's saying that.
assimilate
Nobody's
better.
saying that, family.
Y'all
That's
kind
what
of
you
confused me.
inserted.
No.
They
Yeah, that's what you
assimilate
inserted.
better.
No, it's not even about the assimilation. See, that's the thing, right? we gotta understand. First of all, there are YT immigrants getting deported. We gotta be clear. Chinese immigrants off the northern border. They actually just caught a truckload for the Chinese and YT immigrants coming across the northern border. They are all getting deported. Now, what the brother Afro is saying is, yeah, they are illegal and they're still a problem. The problem is you guys, because you guys are melanated and have melanated skin, you guys can blend in and say, as a black American, we don't need reparations. As a black American, we don't need this. And there's no racism. And y'all side with the white T system and systems in place to undermine us, right? See, the Chinese can't say as a black American. The Arab can't say as a black American. None of these people can say as a black American, but you guys like to come here and y'all side with the system in place to undermine us. And then what he's saying is they're not doing that. Now, we're not saying they're better. We're not saying that I guess, what's that term? Honorable minority. I guess that's the term, for lack of a better words. They're not none of that. That's what you guys inserted, because like, a lot of you guys in different countries look at the YT as God. So y'all automatically, think that kind of thing. Nobody's saying that. It's the simple fact that they are not much of a threat as somebody that look like us. Well, not look like us, but have melanin skin and cosplay and say as a black American and undermine us.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying. And I'm also adding the point that if you're looking as why we're having such an issue with the immigrants is because you all cause problems. That's the reason. If y'all were coming over here and assisting us and helping the cause, I would support it. But I'm looking at this, how I look at everything, what helps the cause and what doesn't. If y'all were coming over here helping the cause, I would support y'all coming over here. But that's not the reality. It's not. And I'm telling the truth on that. You guys are coming over here. Too many of you guys are coming over here damaging the progress that we've made so far. And that's something that you're saying, well, why don't y'all focus on the European immigrants? The European immigrants aren't coming over here damaging white people, aren't getting in the way of white progress. They're doing their best to blend in and to help their cause, and they still don't support their immigrants like that. And y'all coming over here and y'all getting in the way of everything. All right. Now, with that being said, let's move on to the next person so we can have this. And this is the mature
My,
conversation in
my
the.
fault, but I'm not trying to have an argument. You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to like understand perspectives. You know what I'm
Okay, well,
saying? So I don't want to feel like, oh,
hold
I'm
on. I
being
need
like,
you to understand on mute because there's other people who need to speak. And we can't have this back and forth thing. There's several people who haven't spoken yet.
all right.
And I need everybody to tap the screen. We got over 200 people in here and we don't have enough likes. I would appreciate it if we can get more likes. Thank you guys. And you heard me earlier say I'm not in support of European immigrants either. I said that like 3 times that I'm not in support of them either. Let's get to the Black Americans house.
Can you hear me? Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Um, it's just interesting they were bringing up, you were bringing up the European immigrants because I wouldn't just limit it to European immigrants. I think it needs to be all immigrants. They could be coming from Australia, anywhere, because I don't just see it as only African and Caribbean immigrants that are causing chaos for our movement. It's also them as well that are coming over here and causing chaos and havoc. I won't say it's on the same degree as them, but it's definitely they're kind of like right behind them because I
Yes,
know some of the stuff that they do.
they do.
Um,
Let me clarify. I'm not
mhm,
trying to say that any of them are good. Okay, I'm not trying to say that these people over here they're good. These people over here they're not good. But I'm trying to say that European immigrants can't go to a reparations task force and say, as a black person, I don't feel we deserve reparations. They can't
true.
pull a Brian Donalds. You know what I'm saying? They can't pull a, well, I'm black and I don't see racism and I think that we need to live past that, live past slavery and move on. A French man can't do that. An Italian person can't do that. But it's possible for a Nigerian to do that. It's possible for what Brian Donalds, what is he? He's like, he's a Caribbean. Because he got two different Caribbean sides, right? It's possible for them to do that. So it makes their damage that much worse. You understand? So
Mhm.
that's what I'm saying from that perspective. But I'm not caping for the Europeans.
And
Okay.
if I can, real quick, speaking on that, could we have a gentleman in the comments, YT gentleman, just to try to show a lot of people, because a lot of people think that we trying to cape for them. He's trying to talk about the 750 YT people. He tried to make it seem like they died for us and they died, unalived in the war. Let's be clear. They
That's a
were
lot.
cowards, right? This is why we had the New York riot, right? The New York riot is because they didn't want to go to the WAR, right?
Mm-hmm.
What they tried to do, this is why they rioted. They were cowards. They went after the kids. They went after the orphans and in the buildings and these things. And they was forced to either go to war or go to jail or be enslaved. So they was forced to go to that war. And these
Yes.
cowards, the Union YT cowards, they were in the back of the line. We were at the forefront of the line. That war would have been lost if it wasn't for us. Let's be clear. That's because
Yes.
the army went down to the Confederate side because they refused to fight for us. That's why they went down to the Confederate, and so therefore, they needed us at the forefront. And so what these cowards did was, while we was at the front of the line, the coward Union YT soldiers was pew pewing us from behind, right? Because they wanted to show the Confederate, hey, we got nothing to do with this. We don't want nothing to do with this. So they thought they was going to lose the war. So they said, hey, let me save face for the Confederate so I won't get unalive working with these Negroes. Let's be clear. So that war was won not because of these YT people, not because they felt bad about us. They did that because they was forced. Let's be clear on the real history on that Civil War. That was a slave revolt. That wasn't a YT saving us. We did that our own self. We fought that our own self. We won that war,
Mm-hmm.
not because of no YT. If it had only been them, they would have lost that war.
Yes.
Let's talk that real history. But I'll land on that.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you for that. We gotta speak truth to power. I'm gonna let Black American Household, I'm gonna let you finish. We got people requesting up, so we're gonna be cycling, but I'm gonna let everybody get a chance to speak. So I'm gonna let you finish.
I'll add on to this and I'll land on this. For all the folks that want to bring up the Hispanic immigration, why were so many of these YT and mestizo Hispanics that were fighting on the Confederate side? But why don't y'all speak on that history? Y'all want to bring up Cesar Chavez in the 60s, but why don't y'all bring that up? And I'll land on that right there. Boom.
That's true. Mm-hmm. They don't want to talk about the history of anti-black racism. They want to cherry pick the Hispanics that were somewhat on the right side of history, and not the majority that were not, and that are still not. So thank you for that. Let's get to BX. Who was it? This Coolin guy? Was he next?
Yeah.
Julius.
Julius was next. Okay,
Yeah.
all right. Julius, you got it.
Is that me?
No, you're next
Oh,
after
Julius. Oh,
Julius.
my
After
bad.
Julius. So Julius, you can go ahead.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Trump doing the permanent pause on immigration from poor countries.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like
1
it's
minute.
good.
Ethnic group. 1 minute. May we have your ethnic group? Ethnic
Yeah.
group.
What's your ethnic?
Oh yeah, it was breaking up. FBA.
Okay. You can finish. You can go ahead.
So yeah. So like Trump doing the pause on immigration from poor countries, I think it's a good idea for a brief period because there's a lot of things going on and a lot of he said that were like like domestic terrorists that's happening on American soil that's coming from these other countries that's a lot of people they have a different culture and different mindset on life or different things than us. So that would I think would just put a pause on things and just kind of like help America to regroup and maybe start having more regulations of, when you come into a particular country, you got to have, probably like a certain belief system or different mindset, so you could adapt into American culture, society. Um, yeah, yeah, I think it's needed. I think a lot of countries do the same thing. But we on the America's just, in the middle of everything, so we get hit with the most. But yeah,
Okay. Appreciate that. Thank you. All right. Let's get to Coolin or Kalen.
Yep.
How you doing?
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
So,
What happened?
can you hear me?
Yeah.
So, African immigrants in the U.S. have higher rates of employment and
Ethnic group first. You've been in the room since I set the decorum. He's also the one that talked about our ancestors and saying we're not our ancestors. They'd be
I,
ashamed of us or something.
I'm East African. I'm Ethiopian, and I'm
Uh,
an American
Don't need to
citizen.
tell us what our ancestors would be. You don't
okay.
know them.
Hold on.
Thank you.
Let them talk. Let 'em talk. Oh, we got you. So
So
go.
I can't address that point, but I don't know if that's necessary. Um,
Oh, say what you were about to say.
so African immigrants have a higher rate of employment and educational attainment than Americans as a whole,
That's bullshit,
including black.
Monkey.
Hold on.
Well,
You
Don't.
statistically,
bullshit.
Let
That's
him speak.
bullshit.
statistically
Let him.
speaking,
I'm
Let him speak.
FBA. I live in Africa.
Let him speak.
Hold on, let him
I, I,
speak. We're
You're
gonna
not.
I said
roast him, brother. We're gonna roast him. I promise you. Let him speak. Let him get his
I
rhetoric
said,
out.
I said, okay, then Americans as a whole, including Black Americans.
Okay.
So that kind of goes against your point of saying that Africans have uh, a worse assimilation rate and whatnot.
Did I
Can
say
he
that?
can he
Is
cite
that what
that
I
source
said?
so I can look it up? Can he cite his source?
It is multiple sources. You can just simply Google it.
Give me one that you looked at. I'm gonna read what you read.
If you Google my statement, it will populate with a number of sources that you can look up.
So you mean immigrants, Africans specifically, are doing better than other immigrants? We outnumber the African. We outnumber
I
Afro-descendant
understand that.
immigrants in this country, sir. So
Yeah, I'm
yeah.
saying that should be an issue, right? That's
No, it's not
a
an
Hold
issue.
on. Hold on.
Y'all are
I'm gonna let.
conflating
We're
things.
gonna let him. Okay.
Okay, all
So
right,
your
Afro.
stance is. I'm gonna get. I want you to get to your point. I don't know
so
why it sounds like you're raking
what
leaves.
is it with America's systemic hatred and uh, basically destruction of black people who originated from slaves or people
Do
that
you
came
live in
here
the States?
forcefully? What is it with America's systemic hatred that causes this distinction despite skin color?
May I ask you if you
Does
live in the
America want
States?
black Americans to forget their history to be able to succeed?
You
Okay.
think that sounds
First off,
intelligent, don't
you've
you?
made two completely different points. Now your point that African immigrants are doing better than Americans in general. That's your point, right? So why
Statistically, in terms of
why is that
employment
relevant to the
and
conversation?
education.
Why is that relevant to the conversation?
Because it seemed like you excused European immigrants and and then said that African immigrants had bad assimilation rates,
Oh,
etc.,
no. Okay. See, this is
disregarding
the and
religion.
this is why I can't believe that African immigrants are that smart because y'all come here and y'all act like y'all have zero comprehension. I did not say that you guys don't
I'm not an
assimilate.
immigrant.
I said that you guys now. I said that you all cause problems for the black community. There's a tether class of you all that cause issues and problems and that get in the way and act as if you're there to be an obstacle for progress and an impediment for progress in the black community and do damage and reverse the progress that has been done in the black community. That's what I said, not assimilate, because you guys are actually assimilating. Well, you're filling out your assignment, and your assignment, a lot of you all's assignment, is to get in our way. So that's actually assimilation, but that's the harmful assimilation to our community.
And you're part of that tether
And
class. So
how
Can I
is
ask him a question? Hold on. Let me ask
education?
you a question, family, because I'm starting to really believe the IQ chart of
Yeah.
Africa now. So I'm gonna ask you a question. How can you quantify, or how can you what makes them quantify the difference between Black American and African? Can you show me that? How is there? Do African got their own
It's
legal
simply
status? Do Africa hold on? Do
simply
African got their own legal status in the United States of America?
it's simply lineage and immigration status.
No. Do Africans got their own legal status? You know, see, I'm starting to believe that IQ chart that's online that shows the IQ levels. I'm starting to believe it because what you just said right now doesn't make sense. So, do Africans have their own legal status?
If they're a citizen, then they're legally a citizen. I don't know what you're talking
And
about.
what would they be placed under?
They, you're talking about the racial categories.
What would they be placed under? We're not going to play dumb now. What would they be placed under?
Well, these studies specifically track immigration
What would
status
they
and
be
lineage.
placed
No,
under?
you're trying to get me to
Let me
say
answer
black.
his question. Let me answer his
What
question.
would they be placed under?
Yeah, you're trying to get me to say black, right?
So you know what would they be placed under because Africans don't have their own legal status. There's no way to quantify or come with information to separate the two, right? And so therefore, how are you going to say Africans are doing better when they classify under the status of black? How does that make sense?
Because they track
You
immigration
can't
status
track
through
that. You
lineage.
can't. No.
Yes, you can.
You can't track if they classify under the status of black, right? And they under that status, you can't. Now there's a new 2030 census where there will be ways where they could quantify where they have the separate Africans, the Caribbeans, and they have the different but the new but that's the new one, right? But right now, you guys are classified under the status of black. So what you're doing, you're spewing out how you feel and what you're inserting, right? But that's not the facts. The facts is they are classifying y'all under us. So there's no way to quantify. So, well, these are Africans and these are this and these are, there's no way. So what you're doing is pumping out feel good rhetoric to make yourself feel good about your incompetence for fleeing your country.
It's no way.
No,
And to
not true.
follow up with that point,
Sorry.
the reality is that socioeconomically, you all are really not doing that much better than all of the other immigrants. If you think about it, the money that you guys make in this country does not supersede the rest of the other immigrants. You guys are not making more money than Asians do. You guys are not making more money. I don't know why your background is so loud
I'll mute him.
because
We do that
it really is. You're not making more money than the European immigrants. You're not outclassing them socioeconomically. There might be some individuals that do well, but most of y'all are really in the middle class. You're really not even in the upper to middle class. You're not coming here being multimillionaires, not the majority of y'all. So socioeconomically, y'all not doing that much better than everybody else. So how are y'all that much smarter than everybody else?
don't forget Afro.
Can I
I
say
looked up
something?
the resource, and they don't even have a home ownership rate higher than the Caribbeans. The Caribbeans outpace them in home
I'm
ownership.
in Africa, and they have the number one inferior educational system on earth, and that Ethiopian know it. He know it, and every African out there that can
We're
hear me
talking
know it.
about African immigrants in America. We're not talking about Africa.
Yeah, I
But
bet you don't want to
I'm
talk about
saying
Africa.
immigrants, hold on. But we're saying your whatever resource you're getting
I'm
that
saying there
from,
shouldn't
that
be a
has you
separation.
need to be quiet because whatever resource you're getting that from, it has to be incorrect because the rest of the dots don't connect to that. You're claiming that you outpace Americans in general, African immigrants outpace Americans in general, but then when you look at the socioeconomics, when you're talking about, and I'm talking about specific African communities, specific Nigerian communities, specific Somalian communities, because y'all live in your own little enclaves, and in your own little enclave that you live in is not multi-million-dollar houses. Y'all not living in penthouses with Rolls Royces pulling up and Lambos and all of that stuff. Y'all not really living like that. Y'all not really, you know, keeping up with the Benjamins and all of that stuff, or what they call that, keeping up with the Joneses. Y'all not living like that. They come over here, and this is the thing. They keep coming over here, making it seeming like they live like the Fresh Prince. Remember Will Smith's show, The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air? They keep making it seem like they live like that when they come over here.
I agree
No,
with you.
y'all do. Hold on. Some of y'all do about middle class. Some of y'all do about middle class, and I'm not hating on that because I'm not a hater. But y'all, what y'all not gonna do is y'all not gonna embellish the middle class and make it seem like y'all living like y'all Bruce Wayne. You're not. And if you're not
Because at the
living
same
like
time,
that,
you didn't lay
then
one
if you're
brick in the
not
White House.
living like that, then there must be something. There must be something, because you're saying you're doing so much, you're outpacing everybody in education, but then in the results of this education, you're not really doing that much better. So how is that making sense?
And then if you're talking about the average month, the average
Just
I
look at the
guess
stats.
the average home income, the home income, right? You guys are going off of that, right? Not understanding that when it comes to us, we don't pile 20 people in the house, 20 Uber drivers in the house, and make $100,000. That's not what we do. See, yeah, you guys pile 20 to 40 Uber drivers in one house and make 100 some thousand and say you guys are doing better than everybody else. If we were to pile a bunch of people in the house, it would be 500,000 to $1 million dollar homes in our homes. Let's be clear. But we don't pile up like that. We have like three people at the house, the most four, right? But if after 18, a lot of us, we leave, we get our own, and we get our own apartment or house, and we do what we need to do. We don't sit there and stay in mama house until 40, 50, 60. We're not doing that. So this is why you guys may seem like you have more. If I take a whole bunch of Uber drivers and I pile them all in the house, yeah, you're going to make $100,000. We got to stop playing with this rhetoric, family.
Right. And did he drop himself? He couldn't defend his
Yeah,
claim?
he dropped because he
Oh
thought he was
yeah.
going to eat with that.
I want to kind of piggyback off of what Marshall said about them all living in the home together. I do know that sometimes Black Americans will be like, Mexicans, they live together. We should do that again. If y'all did y'all genealogy, you'll see if you had very large families, we already did that. And our ancestors made it so that we could go to corporate and have our own apartments instead of us having to group up like these old immigrants over here. Now, I'm not saying if your family has a hard time, don't let them live with you, but we have a choice. We have choices. We shouldn't look at the immigrant classes to see how we should be. We just shouldn't, because we did a lot of things here first. And our ancestors fought and our elders fought, so we don't have to live that way anymore, guys. So yeah, Marshall is right. They do group up, and that's why it seems like they make all that money and stuff, but we're doing just as well on our own, if not better. Because we're
Even
still
Can
not
I
home
say
if
something
they
real
together.
make
quick?
that much money, they get $100,000 houses, but they don't live in they don't live in Beverly Hills. Look at the neighborhoods they live in. They don't live in these gated communities like that. Like, these immigrants come over here and they get to flexing, making it seem like they live like Tony Stark, but they don't. They don't live in. They make it seem like they live in some place like secluded, and there's the waterfalls in the front yard and all that shit. It's none of that. It's literally none of that. They don't be living no better than that around middle class. For real, for real. They really don't. And with all this
Can I say something real
education that they
quick?
brag, they claim that they do so much better than everybody else, but the life they live is not that much better. So you clearly can't be educated that much more. Either that, or you don't know how to transfer your education into money, which makes you kind of dumb, really.
Can I say something? Can I say something real quick?
Real quick, and then we got to
I feel
let
like,
the next speaker.
yeah, yeah. So like, I think the Black American have, you know, don't follow family traditions, whereas like a lot of foreigners like Mexicans or anybody that's like African, like you guys were saying that, they stay in one house, like 10 of them in one house. But that's how you build generational wealth. And then you can venture out to
Oh
buy
my
the
God.
house.
Shut up. Some of us live on our ancestral land, sir. This is the problem with you immigrants. Stop comparing yourselves to us. You already failed when you migrated over here. You should be comparing yourself to other immigrants, not foundational Black Americans who have fought for everything they have in this country. And it wasn't until y'all started migrating here in such numbers that if our wealth declined, it's because of y'all sharing and supporting with y'all. Be humble. I don't need your insight on my people. I don't.
Yeah, because if that family quote unquote values and traditions work, you guys wouldn't have fled your country. It would have worked in your country. Let's be clear. So obviously, them
But the
so-called
thing
family
is,
values don't
like,
You
work
know how
at
you
all
know how
because
traditions
obviously
is
it's a failed system. This is why you fled here. They'll come under our system, under us after what we did because we value family. We show you what family is. You've been to our barbecue. You see family and love. A lot of y'all talk about their wives don't love y'all the way the Black American woman love y'all. That amount of love they want y'all for your money and everything. Let's be clear. Let's not play that family thing. We big on family, but we not gonna be bums. It's all coop up in one house and not
But that's how
get
you
out and not
build
get out and go get it. We gonna get out and go get it. That's one
that's
thing
how you
about
build
us.
wealth.
We gonna get out. You're not
a
gonna talk
man
over
who
me,
lives
sir,
on
because
his
you will get dropped
ancestral
real
land,
quick.
sir. You don't even know who you're talking to. He lives on
So
his ancestral land. A lot of us have land from our ancestors. Please be quiet. We're moving on. I'm sick of y'all opinions because they don't have no credibility. You don't know us because you refuse to. You think your way is right, but if your way was right, you'd be a first world nation or at least a developing one because there's 33 underdeveloped countries on that continent. Worry about that and not us. We got us.
so
Yeah, bye.
the government,
Listen, we're over you. Can we move
He
on?
said he said the
They
government.
too comfortable and
The number one
emboldened to speak on us. We
yeah,
I
shut
can't
that
take
I
this
down.
no
thought I
more.
thought
I
the
can't
number
hold
take.
one
on,
I
person.
can't
Julius,
take this no
Julius.
more. I'm
Everybody, hold on,
FBA and I live in Africa.
everybody,
Let
hold
me
on,
tell you
Yeah,
something.
hold on,
These people are the poor.
everybody. Julius, where'd you say your people were from before? Julius, where'd you say your people were from?
yeah, from the South.
From the South?
Yeah,
Accent.
They're from the South of where?
South Africa.
Louisiana.
They're from the
No,
South of what?
Louisiana.
They're from the South of
From
Louisiana?
Shreveport, from Shreveport, Louisiana.
Lying. He's a
So like,
tether.
Louisiana. Well, we got more people we gotta hear out, so we're just gonna
why?
move on.
What?
We're
So
Julius,
what?
we moving on, fam. We ain't doing that, like brother said. The brother said we moving on. We're not gonna take over the panel, so we're gonna move on. All right. We got other people that want to go. We'll have an open panel soon where we will destroy your talking points. I promise you. All right.
No, you
So,
won't. No,
brother
you won't.
Afro Elite said we moving. Excuse me, brother Afro Elite said we moving on. And who you want to go next, brother Afro Elite?
well, I think Boot. We haven't heard from Boot, and then
Yeah,
basic
we got brother
elimination.
Boot.
And, we're gonna go with that.
Yes, as I mentioned before, I'm FBA from Chicago, but I'm doing a dissertation in Africa since 2019 December, and I'm finishing up in January, defending that dissertation. But my travel, I've been to probably about 10 countries
My
over
bad, my
here.
bad, Boo. I apologize, Afro. The comments said he lying. He lying. It's not called SharePoint. They actually eating them up in the comments. That's not South
No,
Louisiana.
I'm
That's
the
North
reason why
Louisiana. Not you, Boo.
the
Not you, Boo.
tethers.
Yeah, go
Okay.
ahead.
A lot of panels, a lot of these tethers and immigrants, they know I'm over here, and they hate that because they be lying. They are they are psychopathic liars, bro. They be lying to us, and they come from communities that I've seen some things over here. We call extreme poverty, and I kind of see why they fled because it's so like, for instance, I was in Lagos last year. Lagos should be named shit, you know. I mean, it's like it's Oh God, some of these countries are really, really bad. You can almost see why they fled. And another thing, when they land in America or Europe or Canada, it's the first time they ever had a job. It's the first time they ever had a job and made money because there's no industries over here. There's no, and they are the lowest paid employees in the world, and a lot of black Americans, we don't really truly understand what's going on over here. I mean, the police, like, I think 5 days, 6 days ago, they unalived 500 people in Tanzania because they were protesting. Unalived 500 protesters. 4 months ago, it was 64 people. They unalived 64 Kenyans protesting. It's just different. And they don't articulate that, but they come from that. And when they arrive in the U.S. or Europe or Canada, it's the first time they ever had a job, and that's something that we don't fully grasp, because I mean, we've always worked. Some of us been working since 15. A job is nothing to get. It's just a lot of opportunities in the United States. But what we don't understand, the reason why they think that they over us, some of them think that they over us, because they have never had the things that they have. No, they never had those things. They never had those things in the countries they come from over here. You know. And it's just really, really sickening to see how they get on these panels and just lie and just undermine. And the African, and check this out, there's two types of Africans. There's the Africans over here, and they love the ground that we walk on. I've been here since December 2019, and no problem with an African. No problem. They love us, but it's the African immigrant. The Africans over here do not like the African immigrants over there. They describe them as they're coonish. They're coons. They're coons. And the African immigrants over here realize that they've been over there for 60 years and they have nothing. They have done nothing for this continent. They have no national programs going on. They got 60 million hungry orphans over here in sub-Saharan Africa. They got almost 90 million students in the primary school and secondary school out of school. And some students have never even been to, some children have never even been to school. The shit that's going on over here is like, wow, and then to get on TikTok and hear them, it's to a point now that this tribalism, I was saying to someone a couple of months ago, this tribalism is worse than white racism in the United States. I can drive 18 hours from where I'm at now in Capella, and I'll be in a fucking war zone where women and children are running for their lives. It's and they don't articulate. They always seem to be in our business. Worrying about what we do, and they come from shit. They come from these people. Africa, the socioeconomics of Africa is the lowest in the world. They're a step up from Gaza, and a lot of these communities. And because if they had something, the people who got things that got it going on in Africa, they don't leave. They don't flee. If they got it going on in Africa, they do not flee because they have too many people, thousands of people kissing their ass. Because if you got money in Africa, if you balling in Africa, you got thousands and thousands of people kissing your ass. Yeah, I'm black American over here, but they call me boss. They call me boss. What is it, boss? When they hear the accent, boss. I mean, I cannot stand the African immigrant in the United States. Very dangerous people, and they should be. We should do everything possible to get rid of them, to get them deported. I know if I was there, I would be dropping dimes. I would probably be an ICE agent. I'd probably be an ICE agent because they have to go. They're just dangerous. They're too dangerous. The people over here don't like them. Don't even want them. I tell you what. If 50 Nigerians suddenly got unalived in Chicago or Cleveland or Los Angeles, you would not even hear a peep from the president of Nigeria. in our land.
That's enough. That's enough because we don't want them to
Yeah,
talk
that's
about
that. Man, you on the
HAPED.
verge with that one. Let's
Yeah,
not do
thank
too
you.
much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the thing I
Thank
want
you for
to kind of
listening.
piggyback on real quick. The brother hit the nail on the head, right? The simple fact that you have the money is the reason why they're giving you love over there, and that's why when they come over here and the dollar, they getting the same amount of dollars, you get the real of how they truly feel. They only call you boss and I love you, Black Americans, and all that because they know you have the money, and so they're looking at you like, okay, yeah, he got the money. But the moment they on the same playing field, now it's all the rhetoric that we're getting, and this is why they come over here and say the stuff they say. So I don't fall for that. Oh, they love you over here in Africa. Yeah, they love me because I have my pockets and the money, and they don't want me to fix the country. They can't fix themselves. So me personally, yeah, I hear you, but I'm good on that.
I don't really care for. I don't even know if I should say that, to be honest. Let me not even say that. My Let me not even say that because that will go very left. I will say this though. This is just as far as this is not personal. This is not personal. This ain't because people are like, do y'all hate Africans? No, no, I ain't me speaking. I'm talking about me personally. I ain't got nothing to do with hating nobody. It's not about hating Africans, hating Caribbeans, even hating Europeans. They ain't got nothing to do with hating anybody. It has to do with what is in the best interest of the collective. What is in the best interest of the group. That's all it's about. What's in the best interest of the group. If y'all are not what's in the best interest of the group, y'all gotta go. Ain't got nothing to do with hate. I can love you. I love you from afar. If you are good today and good tomorrow, you can stay today and you can stay tomorrow. If you're not good the next day, you got to go the next day. That's all it's about. It's nothing personal. This is about business. It's about getting stuff done. That's what it's about. That's what it's about. Getting stuff done. Y'all are trying to make it seem as if this is some emotional bitterness to it. It's nothing. It's just about being logical. All right. Now you hear a lot of frustration from people. This is what you hear is not hate. A lot of people are exhausted. A lot of people are frustrated with y'all behavior, and they have a right to be frustrated. But it's not hate. You can't judge people for being frustrated for people's degenerate behavior. You can't. It's still not hate though. Still not hate. We just doing what's in the best interest. If you guys were in our best interest, it would be a different story, but you're not. That's just what the truth is. It's what it is. Let's get to basic and then delineationist.
What's going on now? So I'm glad that Foundational made the point about how, the ones on a continent, they call dude boss and treat him differently because they perceive him to have money. That's the only reason. So I I, I love that you brought that point up because I wanted to make that point because I hear that from a lot of Black Americans who go over there and claim, oh, they treat us good. I think it's just the immigrants. No, they they treat you good because they know that they have a vetting process, and you have to be coming over there with some type of money. So they know that money is coming in. So of course they're going to treat you a certain way. You can look at how they treat anybody that come over there. It ain't just a Black American. If you're a YT man or anybody, if somebody is coming over there, they're going to treat them good because they perceive them to have money. So our people got to get away from that too, thinking that it's some type of um, different type of Africans that's coming over here. All of them are opportunists, and if they get the opportunity to take from you, they will. I've read stories about our people who have gone over there, who have gotten finessed, who have gotten unalived, and their property and belongings taken. Those were not immigrants that did that to them. So, and then we had this. I don't know if dude was a Somalian or whatever, but ironically, I just posted a video about these Somalians, and I don't know if the dude was a minister or something, but he's a Somali minister, and this this meeting that they had nothing to do with Black Americans, but of course we became the topic. And he sat up there and told this big congregation of Somalians that Black Americans, the majority of us don't know who our fathers are. The majority of us were conceived through one night stands. This is the type of rhetoric coming from these people, and the whole crowd is just laughing. They think it's funny. So, these people come here and they talk about hate, 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 and they want to project all of this hate on. Like, I'm not addressing no African that wants to claim that we hate them. I, to be honest with you, I don't care if you think I hate you or not. To be honest with you, I don't have to correct nothing. I don't have the desire to correct it. I want you to think I hate you because I want you to stay away from me and my people, to be honest with you. So if y'all think we hate y'all so much, why are y'all always in Black American spaces? Y'all are always in our politics. Y'all are always in our communities. Y'all are always around us, but y'all try to claim that we do all these things to y'all. We don't do anything to y'all. You know what I'm saying? Y'all was just talking about how law enforcement treats us all the same, but I haven't seen one African get unalived by ICE or none of these other federal agents who've been pulling up on y'all. I ain't seen no videos of none of y'all getting the Rodney King treatment or none of that. But I thought y'all said that we all get treated the same. Where's the, where is it? Because y'all getting treated pretty well, if you ask me. For so many of y'all getting deported, for so many of y'all that's here and having these situations where y'all having physical situations with law enforcement, I don't see anything going left when it comes to y'all. So, it's just a whole lot of rhetoric. They like to come in here and waste our time with, the same talking points. Oh, y'all, it sounds like hate to me. So what? Y'all hate each other at home. And it's not a flex to have to leave your home in order to survive and in order to thrive. Y'all think it's a flex to say y'all doing better in America? When y'all, first of all, y'all not. You gotta lie when you even say that. But it's not a flex anyway. If you come over here and do well, but 99% of your people is going through hell over in their homeland, that's not a flex. And that's how behind y'all are. Y'all base everything on what you can do and when you're given something by Black Americans, but you want to attribute it to white T people. You would rather say that white T people gave you something than to actually give the credit to Black Americans. That's how much hate that y'all have. And I'll land there.
Appreciate that. I want to also harp on, because you reminded me of something. I want to harp on this. If the immigrants were coming over here, and the speaker before said the African immigrants coming over here and they're outpacing when it comes to education, doing so much better. If they honestly were, you wouldn't see janky ass African braiding shops. You wouldn't see them trying to finesse Black Americans every other day, where they're double charging them, or they're doing all of this janky stuff and they're doing piss poor quality work. You wouldn't see their janky restaurants. And I'm just telling the truth. You wouldn't even be seeing this if they were coming over here getting master's degrees and working in Fortune 500 companies and doing all of these great things for themselves. You wouldn't see them doing that, or being Uber drivers and DoorDash and Lyft and all of that stuff. You wouldn't see them doing that. If they were coming over here just finding the pot of gold, which is what they say. They get a degree, then find a pot of gold. And now they're living like they're Bruce Wayne up in a penthouse somewhere. Let them tell it. They're all living up in the penthouse, and they got a personal butler, and they have to take an elevator to their bedroom. If you listen to them, that's what they tell you. How could that be the case if y'all need us to go to your braiding shops and y'all wearing flip-flops and stuff like that, and y'all gotta do a whole bunch of things that are not really legal, double charging people. Y'all charge people if their hair's not, I guess, washed. Y'all gotta double charge people for that, doing a whole bunch of janky stuff just to make $1. Y'all wouldn't have to do that if y'all were just getting it like that. We see the reality. I don't care what statistic, what very out of context statistic that you guys want to pull. We see the reality. Y'all not coming over here doing nothing like that. We see it. We see it. Come on now. Let's get to delineationists, my brother. You got it.
Hey, thank you for allowing me to speak. What up, BX? What up, family? I see that you're getting a double helpings, getting that Thanksgiving in on this Trump thing. I think it's much needed. Trump wants us to permanently pause immigrants from poor countries. I agree. I'm gonna hit y'all with a little story, right? So I was out and about in my little state, Biden's backyard, aka Delaware. In the Dover area, they have recently opened up this restaurant. These people were hijabs or whatever, but everything that they cooked dealt with Black Americans. So what I was looking at is how many Black American restaurants was trying to get a loan from a bank to make service for their people, and they were denied, but they gave it to somebody who was outside of this country, the United States, and they were poor. See, that's what I saw, and I instantly got angry because they out here saying that. Can you imagine somebody with a hijab from the Middle East, don't know nothing about no chicken, don't know anything about 36 different spices and herbs, different 36 different flavors. Like let's really keep it real, right? But they want to sell us our black culture back to us, and don't think that that's not insulting. They don't think that that's not problematic. Now, if they'll be wrong if I threw a brick through their stuff. Now, they'll arrest me and say that I'm being a T person in society. But yet still, they out here taking money from the people from my community. And this is why I'm sharing this story from you guys, because this is so real, because these are dirt poor people. They couldn't even get a correct loan the right way, but they'll give those people loans over our people in our community. This is the reason why we need to be boycotting these banks. Full stop. Because the disrespect is crazy. The hostility is crazy. And for them to think that they're not hurting the infrastructure, hurting the American gold standard in which we're accustomed to as a people, is the problem. From the infrastructure to the education system, even down to the medical system, where every time we have to worry about the infant mortality rate because these immigrants sat in a room, no different when they did that young brother in New York and they unlived that brother. They sat there and watched and didn't say a word, didn't lift a finger to help. These people are a threat to the public and the society at large. And that's how they need to be treated. This is the reason why they want to say that poor Negroes are a threat. No. It's poor immigrants that are a threat to society. They're a threat to our pocketbooks. They're a threat to the taxes. How many of the taxes have gone up in New York as a result of poor immigrants? Poor immigrants don't get a place to live. They go around New York, shout out to BX, in their little scooters all day, honking the horn, annoying the people. Poor immigrants know what they do up in Chicago, dumping all types of Uggs into our people and trying to turn the block and hearten our loved ones. That's what poor immigrants do. And they try to flex like they go into these colleges and these universities, right? When they lying on their applications, lying about their degrees, only to come out to pose more harm to our people. Because they poor immigrants and they come from poor countries. Yeah, I'm being discriminatory today. I'm being real. I'm gonna be really delineated and discriminatory based off their actions, because I want self-preservation for my community. And I should have a right to do that. I have a right to do that. Because if I would have gone in their country, they would do the same, and if not more. And they will actually abuse me. Salute to y'all. Thank you for holding the space, man. No Thanksgiving, double helping special.
Appreciate that. Let's be honest. There wouldn't even be a debate if we were having this in somebody else's country. If we were to behave this way in anybody else's country, anybody else, and I'm talking about from South America to the Caribbean to Africa, anybody else, it would be absolutely untolerated. Nobody would tolerate that. Nor would you have the natives there trying to defend our actions and try to ask for grace on our behalf. They wouldn't do that. But we got people coming over here trying to massage it and make it seem as if it's not that bad and give them a pass and give them all of this leeway and a second, third, fourth, fifth chance. We got to stop that. That's illogical. That's insane. That's insanity. That's what it is. I appreciate that. We're going to continue with the hands. We're going to move to No Lane. I don't know if that's how you pronounce it.
Wasn't it sacred? I think. Oh, no lane. Okay.
This is Nolani.
No Lane. Okay.
Yes. I'm trying to permanently pause immigration from poor countries. I agree with pausing immigration because we need to get America back together. I am a full Black American. Let me lead with that. And I also think it's unfair that the entitlement that the immigrants come over here with, like you just said, we can't go to no other countries and tell them how to run their country. But when they come to America, they think that it's supposed to be a free for all. But if we're a sovereign nation, we should have the right to change our immigration laws, shut down immigration, and wherever else we feel like we need to do for the betterment of our country. I can probably see why it doesn't bother them because they can always go back home. But it bothers us because, this is our country. We don't have nowhere to run to, and this is somewhere that our kids have to grow up at. So I definitely agree that we need to close all immigration indefinitely and focus on our home front and make this a better country for our kids that's coming up and stop being so lenient with other people. But that's all I wanted to say.
Hmm. I agree. And my whole thing to that point, and I said this before, and I'm gonna say this again. I'm not trying to pinpoint just the poor countries. I'm saying everything from everybody. We just need to pause that right now. We got too much stuff we got to clean up. Too many problems we have to fix. Okay, we got a debt that's already due to the people already here. While you're inviting more people here, who does that? How does that make sense? I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Let's get to my sister Tierra. You got it.
Hey y'all,
How you doing?
Peace, peace.
what's up? So I just wanted to put something out here, that I feel like could be a piece of charity, but it's for said immigrants that have an issue with what's going on. Um, you were given a story about coming to America, but here's the truth. The truth is that the people that run this motherfucker stole all this shit, and the inheritors still live here. Period. They stole all this shit. They stole our labor. They built it, and we, not they built it, but they came and did their colonizing thing, and the inheritors are still here and still want their shit back. Now, if they would have told your parents that when y'all decided to come over, that, hey, y'all ain't white like us, so we're not going to protect you the same way we would a white immigrant. That was our first line of defense, was to bring a bunch of white people over here to keep the niggas from getting what they're supposed to get. But that didn't work too good. So now we're going to have to open it up to everybody else. Now, we're not going to treat you as bad as them, but you're not us. And yeah, they're not over this yet. We're still working on try to, make them docile and give up on this, but they haven't given up on it yet. So if you want to get in the middle of it, come on. But there is a spiritual prophecy that's happening in America that has nothing to do with Johnny come lately. Absolutely nothing to do with the people that just came over here. There's something that's been going on here for a long time, and it's going to play itself out. So the reality is, you're not white. You're not white, and they don't care. And this is what we've been trying to tell folks. Y'all ain't white, and they don't care. But because they gave you a little bit of buffer privilege, but didn't tell y'all the background of the scheme, this is exactly the same thing that what young white people are dealing with, because their grandparents sold them out. They knew that they wouldn't be able to keep up with this fight, that at one point the heirs are going to want their shit back. And they didn't care about if their great-grandchildren had to fight a fight they couldn't win. That's where we are now. So the white man's not going to protect you. He's going to get you out the way and try to bring some more white people over here back to plan one. So if nobody's ever explained it to you like that before, that's the country that we live in. And that's what's happening. And us and the people that came over here and stole all of this from us, we got unfinished business. Nobody's getting in the way of that. You can be caught in the middle. It's an ugly place to be. Our ancestors are mighty, and they are corroborating some correction here. So you can cleave to what the righteous people are trying to do and get your ducks in a row for that fight to be a part of it, or you might want to think about your exit plan, or you'll be forced. And that's not by our hand. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's a spiritual thing that's happening. And it's all gas, no brakes. So that's all I want to say is, like, the narrative needs to get corrected. All immigrant stories aren't the same. There's the European immigrants and the shit that they got, and then there's the people they were forced to let in because of us and the buffer system they tried to do that really only lasted 2 generations. Because now it's up. So your parents, they didn't know the whole story, or maybe they did and they thought that they could beat the system. Y'all gonna find out. That's not what it is. So, everybody have a lovely day. That's all I wanted to say.
They don't know them. They don't know them like we do. And when we were trying to tell them, and we still are trying to tell them, and they're sitting up there like, no, racism is such a long time ago. We need to get over that. We need to focus on black culture. What about black on black crime? All of this stuff that they're doing. Okay. All right. And you can see just the surrendering and the acquiescence to the dominant society, to white culture. You see that in the continent that they're from, and you see that when they come over here. And with that type of mentality, they're not ready for this. They feel betrayed. They honestly love them, and they feel betrayed by them, honestly. Host, I didn't drop you. I didn't drop anybody. I don't know why you keep dropping. I'm
Nobody
not
dropped
dropping
you.
you. I don't know what's going on.
I'll bring you back up. Nobody dropped you.
Yeah, they don't know. And like you were saying, and I'm glad you put it that way, what's happening now, this renaissance that's happening now, it's inevitable. This is long overdue, but this was always going to come. It was always going to boil down to the original people here and then the original colonizers. Okay? It was always going to be a black versus white thing at the end of the day. When it's all said and done, this is what this kind of spiritual, I'm not even trying to get to that level right now, but kind of spiritual battle we're dealing with is. It was always going to come to that. The originals versus the invaders. It was always going to come to that. And y'all had a chance to be on the right side of history. Some of y'all have made the choice to be on the right side of history. But it'd be damned. It ain't going to be no middle ground. Ain't going to be no, I'm not going to pick a side. I'm going to stay out of this. It's not going to be that. It's not going to be that. No, the next speaker. Let's get
Sacred. I
to
think Sacred is next.
who?
Sacred right there, top right.
Okay. All right, you can go ahead.
Peace and blessings. Thank you for allowing me to be on your panel. I want to say peace and blessings to the 290 people, 91 people in here in the chat. Peace and blessings to everyone. Like the young lady Tiara said, right? I have another perspective, another lens, another angle to the same thing that she's talking about. If I may, host, I would like to tell that story. And then I have a couple of questions that I would like to ask the chat and the panel as well, if you don't mind.
All right.
Is that okay for me to be? Okay.
All right.
So this is the
Just keep
story,
in
right?
mind. Just keep in mind that there's a couple other people who are waiting. So let's just keep in mind. So
Okay,
because
no
I don't want it
problem.
to be like a 10-minute thing. So just so you know.
No, I won't monologue.
Well, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. So this is the story I want to share with you guys, right? There was a hungry man, right? A hungry man who went sailing, went to this different land. The land he came from only has apples. They're only eating apples. So he's hungry. He sailed the seas and he came to these lands, right? And he noticed that these people are in their natural state of mind. These are like some different people. They peaceful people. They're living off the land. And they got apples. They got mangoes. They got bananas. They fruitful. They got all this stuff over here. And you know what? They ain't got no weapons. They got some bow and arrows. We got guns. Pew pews. You know what? I'm coming back. I'm gonna be back. I'm gonna introduce myself and I'm gonna come off real friendly, but I'm coming back. I'm coming back with more of my people, and I'm gonna go to this other land that I seen over here, just like these people, and I'm gonna bring them over here. So that's what they did. They came back. They came back with more of their people. They came back with some other people, just like these people on a different land, and said, you know what? You're going to build a house for me. If you don't, I'm going to unalive you. You don't have a choice. You're going to build this house for me. So those people built the house, right? And then when they got in the house, some of them had to stay on the field. Some of them had to work in the house, right? And then those people said, you know what? We want to be able to go outside and play because the master, this guy said, all we can do is work. We want some of this land. Now the land is 100, right? They agree after they fight, right? Okay, we'll give you 25% of the land so you can go outside and play. But the rest of this land is for my people that I brought over here. This other 75%, you can't have it. Don't touch it. You got 25% since you fought because you built the house. Now you got 25%. But guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to go get some more. You know what? The next people that come in, I ain't got to force them in. They're going to want to come in. And I'm going to allow them in. And when they come in and they want to make money, guess what? They're going to make it on that 25% of the land that we gave you. They ain't
Okay,
coming
hold
to
on.
our land.
Just mute. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. So
So I just have one more point and I'll be done with the story.
okay.
So now these other people coming in on your 25% in the land, right? And then now they're like, oh man, they're taking our resources. Now we got to share with you. Now we got to share with you. And when y'all come in, y'all be acting weird. This group, that group, all of y'all. And y'all on our 25% that we fought for. So now, right, my question would be, who is the problem? Is it the people that are approved to come over? Or is it the one that is the controller?
Both.
Who needs the focus?
Okay.
Both.
You need to
Thanks.
cut
Thank,
the
ma'am.
serpent off at
Wait,
the
wait,
head.
Hold
wait,
on.
wait.
I
This
Ma'am,
is
you
got
what
did
you. I
it
it.
got your
is
question.
You
Hold
spiritual.
on.
did
Hold
it.
on.
It is
Hold on.
You
spiritual.
did
Everybody.
it.
Everybody.
They
I
both
got
You
your
about to
question. I
crash? You
Africa
about
got
to
your
owes
crash
question.
us
out?
I'm gonna
reparations
say. I'm
too,
gonna
and
say
we should
something.
go after Africa for
Hold on. Hold
reparations
on.
because they
BX.
owe
BX.
too.
BX. I got it. First off, I'm gonna say something. I thought you were not gonna monologue. I thought we agreed on that. And I already know what type of time you were on. And out of respect, I let you because you've been waiting patiently. Out of respect, I let you come here. But the second you was all like, "This people got a thing of apples," I was like, "Oh God." And I was a little confused. I didn't know where you were going with it. I think you spent a very long time to get to the point, honestly. And I'm gonna address your point, but and to be honest, it felt like Tim. It's only been 5 minutes, but it felt like a good 15, honestly. And I'm not even trying. I know you feel like, damn, he coming at me, but I'm like, it. It felt like a long time. And for future references, we are gonna have to just get the story time. We can't do that no more. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
this not Barney. This not Barney or one of those type of shows. We grown adults. Like, we don't need the Barney
I mean,
story.
we get it. Now, the thing is that are you going to say the point? And I wish you would have just came out with this. But the point you're saying, are we going to get more mad at the Africans than we are at the people, the colonizers? No. But the thing is that we're not going to dismiss the fact or overlook the fact that they are causing an issue. We're not going to do that. You don't get mad at the henchman versus the final boss. No. If you were, let me reverse your question by asking you this. If you were a prosecutor and you were coming after this criminal organization, follow me. You're going to get the person in charge, okay? The head boss. You're going to get the head boss, right? But does that mean that you let all of the henchmen go? I want you to think about that. No, it's the head boss who made them do it, but You get him, but does that mean that you let all of the complicit, because they weren't made, let me not say that, the complicit headmen go, the henchmen go, everybody else who was agreeing and reaping the benefits from it, you're going to let them all go, or you're going to get everybody? You're going to address everybody. I want you to think about it like that. If they're coming over here, they know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. And how you know they know what they're doing is because they don't allow people to do that in their country. They got immigration protests all over Africa and South America today in 2025 because of the same issues we're dealing with. So they're not ignorant. They're not they're playing obtuse when they come over here and acting as if they don't know why we have an issue. It's the same issue that they have in Africa. And what I have an issue with is you're not going to have this energy when it comes to African protests of other Africans. Africans are protesting against African migration, and that has no word or nothing to say. Nobody from the Pan-African movement is saying anything about that. But we're saying, hey, the same issues that they're protesting against, we have the same issues here. And it's this gaslighting and this manipulation that we have the Pan-Africanists try to do to us. That's what I have an issue with. Is that not even that I disagree with you guys, is the fact that your standards are so selective. Your principles are selective. The principle of, well, you can't blame the immigrant is only for us. You don't have that energy with Africa. Because if you did, you would be over there talking to them. You understand that? So thank you for that.
So and that's the thing, right? And brother, that's a great analogy. Just like the hitman. If somebody send a hitman against me, I'm going to get the hitman and I'm going to get the person. I'm not going to leave the hitman running rampant. So me to put him to run around free. No, I'm getting the hitman also, and then I'm going to get that person also, right? So we got to understand that when it come down to this, they are working with the systems in place, right? They know what they're doing. Like the brother said, they are here to step on next to get what they need to go. Right. And so what I mean by that is I always say the prerequisite for an immigrant to become a United States citizen is to be anti-Black American and decide with the white tee. Right. And so when they come here, when the people say we have the same enemy, we don't have the same enemy. Right. Their enemy is poverty. Their enemy is leaving the war-torn country. Right. And so the systems that's undermining us is their liberator that saves them from their war-torn countries and their enemy of poverty. So they on code with the system in place. We don't have the same kind of common enemy. This is why they come in here and they go against us in every aspect. There's 4 pillars to a diaspora war. There's social, political, economic, and higher hands. And I'm not going to break that all down right now. So that whole, well, let's go after one, not go after the other. No, because they are the sword and the shield for the systems in place. They are the sword and the shield for the system in place. What do I mean by that? Anybody that take any kind of self-defense, no, you got to get the weapon out the way first before you get the body. So if they are the weapon, we have to get the weapon out the way. They just deported a woman that been here for 30 years. They deported her. She got sent to Ghana, and they literally dragged her. They dragging her on her feet in Ghana and deported her to Sierra Leone. So nobody having any energy when it come down to their deportation systems over there. But when it come over here, now we got to have all this high moral standard. No, we're not gonna do it. We're gonna have the same standards as everybody else. If everybody else can have deportation rules, we should have the same standards also. The problem is y'all want to bring your third world antics over here. We're not going for that. We built this country and made it first world, and we're not gonna have people come over here and make it a third world country. We're not doing that. Y'all can keep that over there in y'all countries. So I don't know what time you on. A lot of y'all, I get it. A lot of y'all are getting your feathers plucked by Africans, so y'all on some kumbaya. But you gotta understand, it doesn't matter. You can't use your boyfriend or that to try to make us kumbaya because you over there and shacking up with an African. That's not gonna work. That if you want to protect your specific family, that's African, cool. But we don't have to go do nothing for no African because you over there shacking up with Africans. We're not doing that. So I'll land on that.
Brother, let me circle back by saying this. if you want to
Who
do
is he
that, if
talking
you
to
want,
me? Is he
hold on,
talking to me
let's
or
get
is
through
he
your
making
point.
a general statement?
No, I think
I'm
he was
talking in general.
addressing your point.
If you shacking up with an African,
Okay,
then
thank you. I'm
a
just
hit
making
dog,
sure you're
it sound like
talking
a
in
hit
general,
dog is
so I won't
hollering.
address you.
It sound
Okay,
like a hit dog is hollering right now. That's what it sound like to me.
I'm gonna say this, and if you are gonna do that, why are you not
I should
addressing
be able
their
to
motive,
respond
ma'am?
if you.
Hold
If,
on,
I should be able to
listen,
respond.
ma'am. Hold on.
Interrupting, ma'am. So
If
I
you're going
muted.
to do
You're
that,
interrupted.
address them as an issue. If you want the best for a group of people, you address their behavior. That's what parents do to children, because parents want the best out of their child. So parents need to address their children's bad behavior. Okay, if a parent wants the best out of his son or his daughter, he's going to do the necessary discipline to establish a proper behavior and proper code of conduct in society that will make them better citizens when they grow up, make them better adults, make them better people. All right. My thing is that you're not even going to act as if they're not an issue. You're literally not even acting as if they're not an issue. You're literally not even acting at this point. Y'all can't. The cat's out the bag. Y'all can't even act as if they're not an issue or they're a benefit in some way. You're literally trying to tell us, I get they're a problem. I get they're sabotaging. I get they're creating all these barriers and problems and they're damaging the progress that you've made. But we should just overlook that because there's a bigger enemy. Well, no, how does that make sense? You're not even acting as if they're not a problem. So that means you recognize that they are a problem. And if you recognize that their behavior is problematic, you should be, if you love them so much, you should be going to them and saying, hey, I love y'all. So y'all got to stop that. I love y'all. So y'all got to fix that behavior. But instead, you're coming to us and saying, I know they're bad, but just look past that. And we're saying no. We do not owe anybody to look past their bad behavior. Nobody does that for us. We don't ask them to either. And we're not doing that for them. We're not going to sit here and just overlook bad behavior for generations indefinitely because there's a worse villain. No, we're not doing that. And if you love them so much, and this is my thing with the Pan-Africanists, if y'all love them so much, go address them. Go make them better. Don't come to us telling us to ignore their bad behavior but won't go to them. Don't do that. Who is next?
That's horrible, but it did remind me that we can go after Africa for reparations too. I don't even know why they fixed their mouths to ask for reparations for slavery, then try to add us at the AUE or whatever the heck's going on over there. Just pitiful.
Can I go real quick?
Who
Okay.
said that? We're moving
Me,
on, right?
me. See me said that. I just wanted to give my personal experience. So my sister, she used to be really obsessed with African culture. She was a Pan-African at heart. And I'm sure she probably still is. But at one point, all of her friends were Nigerian. Her first boyfriend was Nigerian. She tried to hook me up with one of his friends. They were womanizers. They're very they walk in front of you, very disrespectful. They expect you to give them sex, all sorts of things. And before you even get to know them, they're already talking about marriage. Like on the first coffee date, he's talking about how he wants twins and all of this stuff. So I just want to say, fast forward, years later, she got married to an African. She had 2 kids with him. And this man literally left her with 2 kids. I don't know where he went back to his home country, if he stayed with her long enough to get the green card or whatever the case may be. But my family had to move in with her to help her with the kids so she could work. Okay, that's just one example. My cousin just married an African. And within 6 months, I noticed she changed her name back. So I just do a little dig. Turns out from the time this man got here, he's been beating on her. He's got domestic charge after domestic charge. So they prey on us as Americans, especially us women, black women, because for some reason we're so desperate for marriage because, we feel like the black men in America won't marry us. So we resort to marrying these foreign men who just want to use us up and discard us and put a bunch of babies in us. So like, let's get out of that mindset, right? Because at the end of the day, they are sharks, and they call themselves exactly that. They come here to get and take and extract, and they probably got 2 or 3 families back home. So if you're sitting on this panel trying to defend them because your man is African, I'm here to tell you, once he gets what he wants, he's probably gonna bounce. So let's start there. On the second note, I wanted to say the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Well, the friend of my enemy is also my enemy. So when they come over here and they have agendas and they have these things up their sleeves that they're trying to accomplish, while at the same time, undermining us and talking down on us and just creating a terrible, even worse image of us, you have to understand they are a tool for your enemy. So that makes them just, if not more dangerous, because they look like you. They can appeal to your emotions just off of the simple fact that in America, Black Americans are one tribe. We don't separate ourselves based on, well, you from the north, we from the south. We're still all black, right? So they come here and they know that. They know that we're not like that. They know that all of our ancestors had the same exact story. So we will give them grace just simply off the fact that they're black. And they play on that. They play on that. So just don't let your emotions get the best of you, because I'm telling you, they play a lot of games like that.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
All right.
All of the Princess Zamunda stuff, and they be acting like that, and they be problematic the second they get a chance to. The second they get a chance to show their true colors, they be problematic. Let me briefly, without trying to change the conversation, address the Black American marriage thing. Let me address that. There are a lot of Black American men who are marriage minded and who do have that intent to get married, start a family, all of that, all of that stuff, the whole American dream. And then there are black men who are not like that, who, and I'm not saying that they disrespect women, but they just don't have an intent on marrying a woman. They just don't. I do think that we have, and I don't want to turn the conversation from what we're talking about into that. We do have to have a conversation of knowing who to select for what. If a person, for instance, I have 2 sisters. If I was to talk to them, I would say the same thing to them. If you are looking for marriage, you need to look for a man who does have that intent, who is a marriage minded person. Don't look for a man that you like and then try to make him a marriage minded person, because that's not going to work. You're not going to you're not going to convince a man to want to get married. You need to find a man that is a part of his program anyway. That's a part of where he wants to go anyway. You know what I'm saying? So that's the advice I would give to my sisters, and what you said just made me want to say that. You know what I'm saying? So I don't want to change the conversation into marriage like that, but I wanted to say that before we move on.
But it's nothing wrong with being single.
Yeah.
And I'm not even saying you have to. I'm just letting that.
I know. I just
And,
wanted
and
to say that
somebody,
if you come out of, I think, like her sister and stuff, cousin, if you date outside the ethnic group and it didn't work out with you for you, and even with anybody who you date, it's okay to take some time to yourself and then reassess certain things. That's what I had to do, and I realized I chose wrong instead of being bitter. So yeah.
yeah, somebody said real quick, and I'm 2 seconds. Somebody said, let the gender wars begin. No, we don't do that no more. Not in 2025, the gender, whole COINTELPRO, CIA gender wars of the last 5 years, we not doing that. We on code. We can have these difficult conversations, and we can still be on code, peace, loving, and having a real conversation. As you can see, BS came on, and we right after that, we having a great conversation. So we're not doing that no more. Anybody you see doing any kind of gender wars online, 9 out of 10, those are immigrants that didn't get the memo that we on code. Let's be clear. So yeah, we're not doing that gender war fighting back and forth at all. If you see them, call them out, ask them what's their background, because I promise you they're not Black Americans. I'll land on that.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I want y'all to understand the conversation of dating, the conversation of marriage, that has been a conversation for centuries. There's been whole talk shows, magazines, movies, TV specials on the different dating dynamics between men and women. We can have a conversation about it without it being a quote unquote gender war. You guys want it to be a gender war. All right. Yeah. As a male, we live a different life than the female does. So we're going to have different points of views and different perspectives on things, and we can have a mature conversation about it. You know, that's not the conversation we're having right now, but we can have a mature conversation about it. That's not a gender war. When I hear, like Foundational said, when somebody says gender war, it's like, okay, you're trying to instigate something.
Right.
You're trying to start something that we're not doing. Okay. But to the sister's point, and this that goes on for a lot of people who they have a tendency to lean towards Africa because they have this romanticized vision of Africa, and they marry African, especially it happens a lot to the sisters. They marry African men, and then they get into horrible marriages, horrible relationships, and a lot of them are telling their truth about that now. Okay, a lot of them are. So, hey, that's the truth. We got to stop romanticizing that. They're not coming from Wakanda. They're really not. You're not dating T'Challa or the Prince of Zamunda.
And you know what's crazy is that because the reason why they're doing it because they don't know the real statistics. They don't know the number one single mothers in the world is in Africa. 69% in Kenya, 51% in Malawi, right? 30-some% in Ethiopia. They are the number one single mothers in the world. Look it up, right? And so they are, because they don't know these stats, because they don't know the facts behind it. They're running over there thinking that the grass is greener, not understanding that they leave and they leave their families, come over here, knock you up, and then go back to their families over there. So they once they understand the stats, they're gonna realize, okay, yeah, this is 10 times worse. Anything that's been said about us here in the United States of America is on steroids on the continent. And somebody said, well, I'm a liar. I can pull up the stat right now. That's the difference. And anybody that know me know I always bring up facts when I talk. So I can bring that up real quick. Hold on. I'll be 2 seconds.
Okay, as he's getting that ready, let's get you Shanta.
You gonna let her respond, Afro, or?
Go ahead and respond. Because people address you, so
Thank you.
I'm gonna let you respond.
Yeah, if you can
Okay.
put me in the big screen
Thank
real
you. I
quick, brother.
appreciate it.
I'll be 2 seconds. So, somebody said I'm lying. Anybody that went to college know EDUs or RG are primary sources. And like I said, we got 30% in Ethiopia. We got 59.5% in Kenya, 61% in Malawi, 51.7% in Tanzania. And can we get a 68.8% in the comments, please? Again, can we get a 68.8% of single mothers in Zimbabwe? We're going to stop playing with me. When I talk, I always have facts and stats. Let's not play games. So, like I said, the number one single mothers in the world is in Africa. And this is just a few out of the many 54 countries. Don't play with me. Go ahead, family.
All right, you wanted to respond, right?
Yes. Okay, thank you. Okay, so I want to give a little background about myself. So on my father's side, I'm half black and I'm half Puerto Rican. My father's side is a black side, right? I've done my genealogy, and my father, his family, that lineage right there goes back to slavery, right?
Okay, wait, I'm
My
sorry. I'm you're
third,
saying your father is half black and Puerto Rican, or you're
no,
half
no, no,
black and
no,
Puerto Rican?
no, no. I'm half black, half Puerto Rican. My father's black.
Okay.
So what is it? My fourth grandfather, his name was Fox Glass. Okay, you can look this up on doors. Fox Glass, right? Fox Glass's father was a Cherokee. Okay, so my fifth grandfather is a Cherokee. He was a slave master, and he owned my grandmother, who was a enslaved person she was African. Okay, what was she, a concubine? Because he was married. This is all on the You can find these documentations. This is what I found about my family. He was married, and he had my grandma as a slave, and they had my then mixed grandfather who was half Cherokee and half black. So not only was my family slaves, but I also now, because of slavery, have Cherokee blood, which means I can claim the land. My family got land in Oklahoma. So I want you to understand that I have a different ideology. Why? Because I'm never going to forget my grandmother and what she went through as an African, right? I'm never going to forget her. So in my mind, in my ideology, I'm already Pan-African.
Okay,
I'm already
nobody,
Pan-African.
ma'am. Okay, we're
Hold
gonna
on,
have to.
sir. Because you said I can
No, no, no,
respond,
no.
right?
You're long-winded,
And I
man.
couldn't
You're
interrupt.
long-winded.
Giving
We're
this
not
The,
doing
long
the
that.
rule is I
backstory.
can't
You're giving a
interrupt.
long backstory again. That's the
Right.
thing. Come on, we didn't need all of that to get to that point.
My father and this, and my mother did this, and my mama Choctaw. We was a Cherokee.
Man,
Come on. You don't
that's
want
what
to
I'm
hear nothing.
saying. We did not need all of that. We did not need all of that to get to that point. And nobody is saying that you need to forget anybody from your family lineage. Nobody is saying that. Pan Africanism is an idea. How'd you come? Pan Africanism is an ideology.
Yeah, stop
Okay,
playing her up.
that let's stop. Like, come on. What do we? No. We gon' And then you
Yeah, we
said you
don't
wanted
need
to
to know all
respond,
of
and
that.
then you responded with your life story. Ma'am, come on now.
I just think I think you want community and you want
I'm
somebody to
just
talk
playing you
to,
right.
and I get it. I think you want community and somebody to talk to, but right now we're talking about a topic, and then this is the topic, right? There's nothing wrong with having a conversation, having community, and wanting to be around people just to have a conversation. But right now we trying to stay on code with what the topic is. So I get it. I don't mind your life story, but this is not the platform.
Not the time,
All
ma'am.
right.
Thank you.
Now we're gonna move on to Shanta, and I'm gonna say, and I'm not even gonna dish your story or whatever the case is. You got to get a lot better at getting to the point. You really do. You lose people. I'm very patient with people, but you lose people to say. I'm like, oh my god, here she go. You lose people the second you start. Don't start from the beginning of time. Please don't do that no more.
And like, how do you know your grandma's African, right? It don't say African on the census record. Like, you just assume that. But anyway, it's weird. It's just
Yeah,
I don't know.
boy.
This lady says
Can
accept me for who I am.
I
You know what it is? Your Puerto
she's sitting up
Rican
there.
side don't
Can I
accept
just
you,
say
so now
one
you
thing?
over
Can I
here
say one
bothering us.
thing?
Go fight the Latinos and their lives.
She
Okay?
hold on. She starts off. I just want to say one thing. Okay. Once upon a time, she starts. Once upon a time, there was a boy, and there was a girl, and I'm like, oh Lord, here we go.
Oh God.
She go all the way back. She was all like, yes, and then they found a ship, and they wound up to this one land, the land full of apples. And they really, oh, I'm like, okay,
Oh
we
God.
10 minutes in, and we don't know any of the characters. I'm like, okay, here we go.
And they were so nice. They was having the apples, and a strange man came across the lands and saw them.
She opened it up.
Oh God.
Can I just say
Yeah,
one thing?
she
She
was
was like she
definitely a
wanted to read a
weirdo.
Hop
book.
back
She's
up
like, okay,
here.
page 1, chapter 1. Please don't, ma'am.
She was
We
like,
don't
oh
need
no,
to.
rough draft. I gotta read the edited one now. Please don't bring that lady back up here. Then she gonna say, accept me for who I am. Ma'am, you wanna talk to the Puerto Ricans. They're the ones that's not accepting you. That's why you over here. That's exactly why you over here. I already
Boy,
know how it go.
And you know what's
Stop
crazy?
it.
It's the thing about it. It's not that we don't accept the lady. Like, she was able to talk more than everybody. She had 20 minutes of talking. The first one was 10 minutes, and we let it rock. All right, cool. You giving us a life story. And then she said, "Can I respond?" And then she gave us another life story. It's like, it's not that we don't accept you. Can you get to the point? Oh man, this is crazy.
all right, let's go. You gotta
Chris,
get your mic though.
please mute up.
Yeah,
Thank
let's get
you.
to Shanta.
I'll go ahead and respond because she made up a whole bunch of lies. I don't believe that her family, like he said, you can't see that on the census. I've looked up the Doss Rose, my family's on there. I'm from Fort Worth, Texas. You know what I'm saying? So it's like she lying. That lady was lost, but it didn't change the point. The point is they are immigrants in this country, and I'm hoping that we could make this thing permanent. I'm hoping that everybody just stop coming, because it's doing us a disservice as a people. And not one time Feather did she mention, like what is the benefit of having them there? Right? You talking about the indigenous people. Have you been to the reservations in Oklahoma? Because I have, and them people are living in shambles. The tribal council don't give a damn about those people, and those people are starving. But those are the deals and the treaties that they signed, so I don't care about that. I'm FBA, so yeah, let the immigrants, they can go on and go back, because like the young man that was on the panel earlier, I'm from, East Africa, and made up a whole bunch of lies and statistics that don't even exist, because they are not out educated. We are more educated than them. We literally built the institutions that they now go to and cosplay as us. So the whole notion that they're somehow smarter, I think that maybe they were brainwashed. They literally think they are better than us. Like the model minority shit went to their heads. Like it literally went to their heads. Like they really think they better than us. They think they are the model minority, and y'all are not. Y'all are driving Ubers. I have been to those braid shops, walked in and walked out because they be having roaches. Like they're not living better than us. They're actually just draining us dry. Like they're doing nothing for the country at all, like in no way. So yeah, go ahead and send them, pack it up, send them back, get Africa together. Because I think Afro also mentioned, do y'all see what they're doing in London? They are literally taking over London. The Africans, it's all over the news. They're like, this is our country now. They taking over London, and that's what they were trying to do here. They weren't trying to come in and mix with us. If they wanted to do that, they would have did that back in the 80s and 90s, right? They'd have been like, let's come together and, let's go get these home loans together and let's figure out a way so we can work together. They didn't do that. They came over here in small little enclaves, and they only did for themselves. And then there are also two groups of Africans. So you have the Africans that actually excelled and did all they could do to get out of Africa, and like their top 10%. And then you have those that came over here due to different things that happened, right? So, and I think those are the people that mainly need to go. And I feel like there has to be a sourcing, like to come over here, it just got to be more strict. They said the people in Haiti been here for 20 years, and they was only supposed to be here for 12 months, right? And they mad because he's also sending them back. Yes, it's time for everybody to go back to where they came from. We got to get our country back together. And it is what it is. I'll land because it makes no sense for them to be mad. We look at it like this. Two things can be true at the same time, because when I say these things on my social media, they always turn around and say, oh, you support MAGA, or these are white tea talking points. And it's like, no, sometimes we just align with what they're talking about. We still know that they're racist. We still know that we're operating under a system of white supremacy. We know all of these things are true. But like they said, it's a shield and a sword. Y'all standing in the way of us getting to them is what y'all don't understand. So we don't even care about y'all like that. All we see is y'all standing in the way of our progress.
Okay, thank you. Because you said I'm a man. But I'm gonna ask this: who told them they were the model minorities? I never even knew they were in the running, because the Asians got that on lock. Like you will never surpass the Asians as model minorities, melanated ones. For what it's worth, the Caribbean outdo even Nigerians in home ownership, and they're not the model minorities. No matter how much they monopolize the government against us, the Asians can now live in Bensonhurst. I haven't heard anything upsetting about them being there, but I did hear about a Black American team that was unalived in Bensonhurst, Brooklyn. So I don't think an African can do that. And they now make more than white tea people. They just don't have as much generational wealth when you think about it. Afro Elite, these people are annoying. They are annoying. And see, Prime just dropped because I muted him from the chat because he mentioned, okay, keep crying. I guess when Shanta was speaking. So I muted him because he on the panel. What you writing that for? Tell her with your chest. Tell Afro with your chest. Like, and now he dropped because he knows the heat is on him. And I think he's a little hurt that he'll never be a model minority. I don't see it being possible. You, compared to the Asians, Afro elite, the Mexicans ain't even model minorities, and they the ones that so-called white tea people are saying doing all the work in the fields. And they ain't nobody's model minority.
And
You,
Asia is literally colonizing Africa as we speak.
yeah. I don't know who put that in their head either, FBACJ.
Yeah, they
But
just
what you
started
think,
believing
Afro?
their own stuff for real. They made up their own statistics and then really started believing that. It's honestly a really sad psychological coping mechanism that they're doing. It's
Right.
honestly really, when you really think about it, it's a sad coping mechanism that they're doing. And they're convincing themselves that in order to like cope with the fact that internally they feel like losers. Internally they feel like they're second place, they're second fiddle. And that's not our fault. It's not our fault. We didn't make them feel like that, but they feel like that. So they lie and stuff like that to believe this delusion so they can have some esteem. And it's
You
not
know,
true.
you know what's funny, Afro? I actually just said it the other day. We got to look at the psychology behind why they are saying some of these lies. And these, it's like an echo chamber of lies that's saying online. We got to understand. We got to understand that for the last 65 to almost 100 years on TV, we've seen them as the with the flies on the face. We see them with the bellies popping out. We've seen them with the arms of the angel song, right? We've seen them with all this, right, and that kind of light. And what they're trying to do is remove themselves from that stigma. Now that they have the power of social media, so now what they're doing is making up these lies on social media, and now it becomes an echo chamber online, right? Well, we have more doctors, right? Well, we have better education, more education. Well, we are doing better than Black America. And then when you go with the stat by stat, you start destroying their rhetoric. Now you understand that, all right, this is just echo chamber of BS that they're saying. But what they're trying to do is run away from that stigma of the arms of the angel, the flies on the face. They're trying to run away from that, and this is why they try to attach themselves to us. Oh, I'm Black African, or I'm Black too, or I'm African American. So when they roam the world, people see them as us, so they get the respect under our coattails, right? As being a Black American or African American. They'll never say I'm Iwe African, I'm Igbo African, I'm Yoruba African around the world. Because people are like, what the hell is an Igbo? What the hell is a Yoruba? What the hell is a Iwe? Nobody's going to know what the hell that is. But if they say they're a Black person or a Black American or African American, they're going to get the global respect, the global acknowledgement, and the global acceptance, right? So this is, I realize, it's a huge. It should be studied, and I think that's what's going on, and this is why they're fighting so hard to cling on to us. And the problem is, we have a lot of our people, like the lady that was here earlier, the so-called Cherokee lady, right? We have a lot of our people because obviously she's involved because she went crazy. I wasn't talking about her, but like I said, hit dog holler. Because usually when I see women going so hard for pro-African, they're usually shacking up 9 out of 10, right? And that's why she started going crazy. But we have some of our people that's now being pretty much the vehicle for them to drive in and jump in, pretty much being the carpet for the world to walk on, and amplifying and allowing them to come and cosplay and come under us and kumbaya and ethnocide our culture. And then when we say something about it, now all of a sudden we get the boogeyman names of xenophobia, hatred, vitriol, and all these other boogeyman names all of a sudden, or we respond to the things that's going on and how we get being ethnocided, and some of our people is allowing that to happen. So we gotta stop. We gotta stop allowing our people. We gotta start calling our people out too. Because some of our people are a part of that too, and aiding into that ethnocide. They don't know it because they're still in iOS 1965 and need to update to iOS 2025. And I'll land on that.
Real talk. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. ZZ is here. Yay. All
GG.
right.
Hello, hello. Peace to the
Peace.
chat. Hey, Foundational, how are you, darling?
Peace. Peace.
Afro BX, how y'all doing?
How are you, beloved?
I
Peace.
see.
Peace.
That's a blessing. That's a blessing. Yeah, I'm mad I just missed that last lady. I ain't gonna lie. I was sitting in the chat listening, and I had to get up right before she got into it. But when I heard her ass say I'm half Black and half Puerto Rican, let me just start off by saying, I saw, yeah, she about to say some bullshit. So I'm mad I missed it. But when I came back, I seen y'all was on her ass. So I already knew how that went. It's egregious. But yeah, I'm glad y'all doing this topic again too, because I would have touched on that model minority thinking what y'all was just kind of going back and forth about
Yeah, that logic is really the logic of the white tea supremacists. It's really the delusion of the white tea supremacists. That's why they have this system to make them feel like they have some sort of superiority. I mean, they do under the system, unfortunately, but they had to create it in order for them to have this sense of superiority or have this power. Because without it, they know who they are. They know who we are. And so the offset, the byproduct of that are these non-black / non-white tees that are trying to associate themselves with this system. And so they have to build this veil or live under this delusion as well that y'all are better than us. When y'all know who we are, y'all know what we do, y'all know the power that we truly have. And that y'all are trying to keep us from it. So a part of that is a part of white tea supremacy, to be honest. But yeah, these people know who they are. And honestly, they got to go. They got to go. I said it yesterday, baby. I'm still standing on that. And I got some family. Hey, look, some married in. Some of my family is married immigrants or married non-FBAs. I feel for you. Hey, look, love. But you got to go. I mean, I can't move stances on that. I can't, you know what I'm saying? My priority is Black Americans, point blank, period. You know what I'm saying? So everybody has to make their decisions. Everybody knew what it was when they got who they got was. They knew the chances they was taking. It is what the fuck it is. So yeah, y'all got to go. Again, Trump done told y'all what it was. Y'all had more than really over a year to prepare for this situation. He been telling you the whole time he was running. When I get up in that office, y'all got to go. Egregious. Y'all got to go. So this shouldn't be a shock to anyone. Y'all had ample time to volunteer, to line up, to get back to your home country. It is what the fuck it is. Now you're being forced. I'm not about to sit here and cry and whine and bitch about some shit that we've been doing that's been happening to us. Not necessarily us getting kicked out of the country, but us being attacked or being over policed. That's been happening. It's still happening to black men. It's still happening as it's happening to non-FBAs or to immigrants. So I'm not about to sit here and whine and like protest about some shit when my people is already suffering from a byproduct of the same thing. I'm not. Look, baby, we are B1. We delineating. We worried about reparations. Reparations is really the main and only damn thing on my mind if I'm keeping it real. So yeah, again, I feel for the melanated people, for the black people across the globe, but you got to fight from your homeland. We cannot outrun white tea supremacy. And honestly, we need you in your own lands to fight it from where you at. Because if it ain't gonna be powerful here, it's gonna be more powerful over there, and vice versa. So baby, you got to fight over there, and we're gonna keep our fight over here. It is what the hell it is, baby. You got to go. You got to go. It is what it is.
I agree. Facts. That's all I got to say. Facts. Facts.
Got to go.
Yeah.
That's all.
I think that maybe they need to be reminded of where they came from anyway. So maybe
also adding to the context, not only did they have, first off, after the election, before Donald Trump was sworn in, after he beat Kamala in the election, y'all already should have known it was over with. Y'all should have known any hope of y'all staying here any longer, that it was over with. It's a wrap at that point. He ain't even sworn in yet, but you already know he was going to keep to, if any promise, he was going to keep to that one. You know that for a fact. It was already over with. You already should have started packing your bags and making arrangements, sending money to your land. You already should have did that. But the thing is that we got a lot of immigrants who are here, and they've been here for decades, and they ain't got their paperwork straight. You got people who are like, but I raised my kids here. Oh, how did you spend so long here and you're not a citizen?
Exactly.
And then when ICE comes to get you, you act like your right has been violated. No, your right has not technically been violated. You're not a citizen here, and you've had ample chance to be one, to get your paperwork in order. But what happens is a lot of y'all are coming over here lying on the paperwork just to get here. And you feel like if you lie just to step foot on the land and you can hide in the sanctuary city, you're going to be good. And what you're realizing now is that you believed in you believe in a false truth. Just stepping on the land does not give you a right to stay on the land.
That's entitlement. It's a privilege. But a lot of these non-FBAs, a lot of these immigrants, and a lot of illegal ones, unfortunately. But I think some of this applies to even the legal ones, to be honest. I don't think they share the same citizenship status as foundational Black Americans. We are the only true Americans, point blank, period. So I don't even think they share some of the same privileges we do. But I digress. These illegals, they have this sense of entitlement.
Don't digress. Stay there. Wait. Don't digress. Let's take let's take New York. Yvette Clarke. She sits on the New York caucus, the Caribbean caucus, the Haitian caucus, the CBC, a cultural art type of caucus. She's on all these caucuses. She has sat and made a declaration to Jamaica during their Independence Day that Brooklyn was like the 15th parish. She gotta go. Winsome Sears, because what she does is I compared her advocacy for her people, the Caribbean, against her advocacy for us. And because she is said to support the HR 40 bill, they are saying that she advocates for us. Now, does she do things that may be a little beneficial for us? I can't tell. Maybe somebody in her district who's Black American could tell me more. But in the meantime, they monopolize the government. They gotta go. I don't want them governing foundational Black Americans. I don't want them on our reparation hearings. We have enough people that are diverse in their thinking about reparations. I had to flip one of my friends, like, we from New York, we don't pocket watch. What do you mean what we gonna do if we get reparations? Who cares who gonna blow? You see me, right? I'm a bill. Like, so we have diverse thinking about reparations enough for us to decide what we gonna get from our ancestors' enslavement and all the vestiges of it. I don't think Yvette Clarke should stay in this country. I don't think Winsome Sears, who is a Jamaican immigrant, migrated here when she was a child, told us to get over our ancestors' enslavement. It was time to move on. And then turns around and says she African American, she a Black woman too. People like that can't stay. The moment they stay, I acknowledge the ones who were forced here, but now it's time to move on. And I see you getting everything for your people. Just because you don't venerate your ancestors the way we do, honey, don't mean you get to tell us to move on. Because I honestly believe until we are repaired, America will have a stain on it. Now, we a superpower, can't take that away from us, but they have to atone for the sin of slavery. They do. Because they've been doing too much, giving these immigrants this and that, that and this. Now, if they were more fair to us, imagine how much more greater we could be as a country.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
No, you're right. Absolutely. I'm like, even if they are to stay, you can't be in political positions. I'm sorry. I don't think they should have the right to be inside any political position representing any group. Black Americans need to be in those spots, point blank, period. We got our own homegrown, coons and things of that nature, but at least they of the lineage, okay? So anybody else should not be in those positions. And this is what I mean, this sense of entitlement that y'all have the same, they have some sort of stake or claim to this land, and you do not. You are not of this land. You are not of this lineage. Baby, you shouldn't be speaking for us. You shouldn't be representing us, point blank, period. So I think a lot of the conversation we have with illegal should be applied to even some of the quote unquote legals here as well. Because they need a different citizenship status. I'm sorry, point blank, period. We don't go to other countries. We're not even allowed in other countries to do the same thing. It should be applied here. Damn, I was about to say something else too. It just slipped my mind. I'm gonna come back though. I gotta check my table. I'll be back though.
Easy. Afro.
You said what?
Calling your name, then we landed our plane. If you wanted to provide any insight on that, I think Yvette Clarke, Brian Donalds, Kamala Harris, or everybody who said they ain't doing anything specifically for Black Americans, or that, and AOC got to go too. I don't care if she Puerto Rican, send her back to the island, let her govern over there. Anybody who said who is Black, their family wouldn't be getting reparations. Anybody who said I ain't gonna do anything specifically for Black people and turned around and gave the immigrants all this stuff. Right? Never spoken a word about CARICOM and their reparations movement for the islands. They have to go. Anybody who said we Black Americans, they're going to mention our net worth and then try to enrich places like Haiti and Africa without talking to us. I mean, all 43 million of us, because I'm opting out of enriching Haiti, the Caribbean, and the African continent. Nobody is saying they're enriching our hood unless they get a piece. And I don't even mean hood, our residencies, right? Any community. They're not talking about us. But we supposed to enrich those places. Anybody like that, if they're melanated, they got to go too. They got to go. The Asians could go with them too, because they be acting the fool up here in New York. And Foxy Brown tried to warn us, even though she a tether. She was over there fighting the Asian nail techs, right? They can go too for the way they treat my community. I'm an equal opportunist tether slayer. See how that work? I got smoke for everybody.
I keep saying
But
our
yeah, I think
energy.
they should go. What you say?
I keep saying our energy see no color. Our energy see no race. Our energy is not racist. Anybody can get the energy, and anybody get the smoke. We don't. It's not just a black immigrant thing. It's not just a no. Everybody can get it. Anybody that's trying to undermine our people can get it. So that's why when the black immigrants want to play victim, nigga, you only go against us, not the white man. No. We go against everybody.
Mm-hmm. You
Naomi
sure
can
do.
go too, y'all. But guess what? I think Trump is going to be the real mayor of New York. Remember, he said it was built by immigrants, powered by immigrants. It will remain powered by immigrants. Trump called them over there, and all of a sudden he came back. His tone was a little more nicer, a little more, I'll be a little more cooperative. I said, they forget Trump is a New Yorker with an immigrant background. I see who going to run New York. Same way he became president-elect, he called Mayor Adams at the time and said, shut it down, and all the immigrant aid stopped.
Yeah, that's true.
That's a mic drop, right? Because they thought they had a win with Man Dummy in there. Man Dummy, whatever the hell his name is.
They
The
honestly
liar.
did.
Man, dumb.
I
Yeah,
think so
Afro.
too.
I'm sorry. I'm just on one because they're annoying me. They feel emboldened to America. They feel emboldened to us. And I think that, I can't really say what it's going to take to make them just shut the hell up. But in real life, you get in their Lyft or their Uber, they're like, hi, ma'am, how you doing? Close the door. And they turn around and they driving. They ain't saying none of this shit. You walk past them in the street, they ain't saying none of this shit. They probably holding their head down. This is why I block everybody, y'all. Because I know it don't make sense to get me all worked up. Because in real life, they ain't got that energy for me in these streets. So I don't understand why they think they all that now. Look at this. They gotta go. But then we tell them stop playing with us. You don't got no power, nigga. Okay, the swing states were affected. Who affected the swing states? You got to go, African, Caribbean, Latino. Like, y'all got to go. They just annoying me now because they think that it's their human right to be here. It's a privilege, one that they abuse. This is our country. Anything happen here, if we have another 9/11, they can go home. We have to defend this. They ain't going to do it for us.
And somebody said online only, right? They don't understand that in California we got something called SB, if I'm not mistaken, 515. And you can look that up. I'm gonna let you do some homework. So no, this is not just online only. We doing a lot of things in the back end. It's good that you don't know what we doing in the back end, because we know you would try to undermine it. So trust me, I'm gonna let you believe it's online only.
Let me address something. I'm glad that you guys mentioned that about the whole model minority and about Asians being the model minority. When they say Asians, they don't even really mean all Asians. The narrative of the Asians being the model minority, that was really selectively for the Chinese being the model minority, because they're not talking about Filipinos. They're not talking about, the other Asian countries. They're not talking about all Asia. They're really just talking about Chinese immigrants. That's kind of really it. And why they call them the model minority is because the Chinese immigrants are very docile, truth be told. And that's what they want. They want docile workers. It's not because they're super hard worker. It's not because they're even that intelligent, if we're going to be honest. It's because they make excellent employees. If you look at their role in Silicon Valley and all of these tech industries, they're not in manager positions. They're not in supervisor positions. They don't supervise white people. They don't manage white people. They're employees. They're very docile, very quiet. And this is something that if you go look up videos about Chinese, go to YouTube and look this up. They'll tell them that their parents teach them to be quiet all the time, not to talk back, to study and be good employees. They groom their children to be employees. They don't groom their children to be leaders and people who are creative and people who take initiative and things like that. They groom them to be they're almost like robots. They almost groom their children to be like robots. There was a documentary I was watching. This was around the time they closed affirmative action. and there was a lot of Chinese people who are saying, well, why are black people getting into these universities and I should get in, I have a higher ACT score and all this garbage or whatever. And a lot of universities, they came out and said, well, yeah, because ACT scores are not the only thing we look for in society. We're not looking for people who are just good at math. We're not looking for robots. That's not the entirety of why we accept students. They're looking for people who do after school projects. They're looking for people who are future leaders of society. They're looking for people who are creative problem solvers. They're not just looking for great mathematician employees. And this is why they have the narrative of the model minority, because they are good docile workers who make as excellent buffer classes. That's why. It's not because they contribute so much to society. It's not because they're great problem solvers, great leaders. Then it's not because of that. I want you guys to think that. So for the immigrants who are trying to compete for the model minority, I guess status, so to speak, you're literally competing to be the top employee. You're literally competing to be the employee of the month. And as far as it stands, Asians got the employee of the month thing on lock. But the thing is that as foundational Black Americans, we're not trying to compete to be the employee of the month. We're not trying to compete to be the boss's top employee.
Yeah.
That's what we're trying to overthrow and completely tear the whole company, whole system down. And we say, oh, this whole system needs to come down and we need to replace this with something better. Y'all not trying to do that.
Nope.
Y'all trying to be the top assistant in the joint, and we ain't trying to do that.
They compete to be the top
About the
Robin.
model minority thing.
They compete to be the top Robin. That's what it is. They don't want to be Batman. They want to be the top Robin.
Yeah.
How bad can we fight to be Robin? Not us. We like to be the Batman.
Yeah. We the main characters. Y'all really don't get it like that. Y'all don't get it like that. We want to be the main character. We are the main characters. And we ain't gonna take being second place. Boy, we got a couple people here. I think the next person was the Woo Wooda. If that's how you pronounce your name. The Woo. Okay. The Woo's not here. Let's get to P Cam.
How's everybody doing? I think that they should pause it. I think that there should be a whole moratorium on it for the next at least 5 years. Uh, do what they need to do to get the illegal folks out. Now, I don't agree with some of the tactics that they use, but I do agree that they got to go home, because if you came here illegal, then you've committed a crime. So you got to go back home. I personally would like to see a moratorium go on it, and I'd like to see them strengthen the criteria, not only for who can come over, but also strengthen the criteria of who can sponsor people to come over. I look at a one and done. If you sponsor one person to come over, that's it. You don't get to sponsor 50, 60, 70 other people or your family members. You don't get to do all of that. One and done. If you sponsor one person, and that's who you get to sponsor to come over. I think that there should be attached, with, particularly if you are here and you are working on your naturalization status, and if you commit a crime, not only do you face problems, the person who sponsored you should face a fine for sponsoring you, knowing that you possibly could have committed a crime, particularly if you know somebody is a scammer. Particularly if you know that they have been scamming in their own country and doing all those things like that, and going to different countries and scamming as well. If you're doing those types of things. So I do think that there should be a moratorium. And no, I'm not xenophobic. And no, I'm not a Trump supporter, but I do support some of the policies that he has coming out. But I just think, because I'm a critical thinker, I just think, it doesn't matter if you're Democratic or Republican, right is right and wrong is wrong. And if you've got a right idea, it doesn't matter what party you come from. But I just think that there should be, because what has happened is it's almost like we are becoming third, fourth class citizens in our own country, and that is not right. And it is, and a lot of people who do come over, they have this arrogance about them that they're better than us, but their perceived betterness, if that's the word, is coming off the backs of all the things that our ancestors had to fight for. So I'm in full agreement. I think that it should be stopped. I think those people who uh, TPS is over and all that stuff, go back home, dust yourself off and try it again. But I think that there should be tighter controls to come in, and then that way you can deal with the people who are, as they say, skipping across the border and all this stuff, or overstaying their visas and all this other stuff. You can really get to them if you stop the people coming if you tighten up who gets to come over in the first place, and that's where I land.
Yeah.
Can I add a
Because
gentle?
we've been way too lenient on them. We've been incredibly lenient on them, and that's why we've gotten to this situation. This is a catastrophe, and the country has allowed it to get that way. We've been incredibly lenient. That's a really good point.
Can I add a gentle touch to that real quick?
Yeah, and then
I
after
don't.
that, we'll get to Omega.
I don't. I definitely don't believe in us being a third or fourth, fifth citizen. I think that we've been kind of. That's another thing we've been kind of echoing around for a long time. We can work a job and we can get a pension just like anybody else. We can have a pension for 20 plus for forever, just like anybody else. The fourth or fifth citizens are actually the illegal immigrants that's working $1 a day. We above that fourth or fifth citizen, to be honest with you. But I think we perceive ourselves as that, right? And we got to stop thinking like that, because anything that anybody else can get, we can get. We can go to the beaches. A lot of these people that's coming in can't go to their own beaches in their own countries, right?
Not in
And so,
actuality, just them talking to us, or them perceiving us as a third and fourth citizen. Not me thinking that. I'm saying
yeah.
that they talk to us like we are.
Yeah. But that's what the immigrants going to do. Because they side with the white supremacy. Like I always say, the prerequisite for an immigrant becoming a United States citizen is to be anti-Black American, side with the white So they're always going to go with the white talking points. But we definitely far from a third or fourth or fifth citizen. Again, anything anybody else can get, we get or 10 times better when it comes down. Because we outperform a lot of these people. A lot of these people are really lazy. And so again, that's why I really don't like that rhetoric. But yeah, I'm with you, sis. No problem.
And my added thing, and I'm sorry, uh, make it illegal for them to be flying they home country's flags. I'm sorry.
Oh man, you took the words out of my mouth because they have to denounce their countries. I was in the military, so when they come over here, they literally have to denounce their own country. So why when y'all get over here, y'all allow them to fly these flags? Like it should be illegal to fly. You shouldn't be able to do that. You just shouldn't.
Let's get to Omega. You got it.
All right, B1, man.
Like first, brother.
Be one, family.
B1, B1.
One.
Be one, family.
Yeah, man. I got a question. Like, really, what have third worlders contributed to America? And while we at it, like, what has improved through this influx of immigration about America? This whole situation with Donald Trump is basically a declaration that the buffer class experiment has been a big failure. And we got to start over. Well, it wouldn't have been a problem if it was just affecting us. But what they didn't understand is that when YT people started feeling the effects of the mass immigration, something was destined to change. They weren't going to go for it. And this man ran a whole campaign on getting people out of here. People voted to get the illegals out of here. This ain't a surprise. Like, but what's weird is the reaction. We got part of them crying and begging us to come to their aid, and then we got the other ones mad at us as if we did it. All we did was sit back and chill. We remained indifferent. It's not our fight, and that's the whole thing we've been saying. Why do you hate us? Why do you hate us? How do you get that from us saying it's not our fight? And it got to a point where now we're like, hey, y'all getting them up out of here? Let me help. Because the disrespect, nobody's gonna sit there and take that shit for too long, straight like that.
Real talk.
And again, like I said the other day, man, I don't get mad when chickens come home to roost. And I land my plane. B1.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate that. Let's get you black issues.
Yo, long time no hear. Man. How y'all doing?
Peace,
Brother,
peace,
how
be
you
one,
doing?
brother.
Yeah, B1, brother. Yeah, I mean, it's basically the Ilhan Omar effect, where you come into a city and you gain political prominence, and then you use that political prominence to just basically filtrate the city with your own people. You bring in your president from the country you come from. It's funny how y'all said earlier, yeah, you do have to pledge allegiance to the country and have to, denounce the country you came from, and now the United States is your country. And it's funny how people like Omar comes in, and she tends to have meetings where the president of Somalia comes there, and they call him their president in America, and he speaks to the congregation as to say that they need to try to consume all the political office possible they can. And basically, that part of Milwaukee, I think it's Milwaukee, Minnesota, I'm sorry, Minnesota, it's basically in Somali now. It's just a little Somaliland. And I think that's why a lot of people made sure they didn't let that Somali mayor who was running become mayor, because they wanted to keep some part of, identity of who they are as American. I guess, the person who won, I guess he was American, the white guy, I think, white T guy. So, a lot of that has a lot to do with it. It is the takeover factor. It is the non-allegiance factor. And then you all were talking about third class and fourth class citizens. Well, newsflash, ladies and gentlemen, we are third class right now. We're on our way to fourth class. Dr. Clark told us back in the 90s, some time ago. Dr. Anderson told us back in the 90s, some time ago, that if we didn't start practicing group economics by the early 2000 teens, we would be a third class citizen. Now, I can prove that. Statistically, Latinos outnumber us. Statistically, they outnumber us now. And statistically, Latinos are more homeowners than us. There's 75% Latinos own homes, only 40% of blacks, and it's actually a little less than that. So statistically, if you want to look at the numbers of it all, we are already a third class citizen.
Can I ask you a question?
Right. Okay, let me.
How does somebody owning more homes make you a third class? I'm trying to understand, because in order for you to be real quick,
We're talking about
in
the
order,
economics. We're just talking about the economics of it.
real quick, family, I get you right. You said we're third class and bring up home ownership. I'm trying to understand, how does somebody own a home? If I can go get a job,
You didn't hear me, but I didn't say I was third. I didn't say we was third class in home ownership. I said we are third class citizens. Period.
I heard what you said. I heard what you said, family. You said we're third class, and I'm saying that you brought up the fact that they own more homes. You left it at that, right? So here's the thing.
No, you cut me off. I wasn't finished talking.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you care to hear me finish talking before you decide to speak on what you're speaking of?
That's why I said go ahead.
All right. So if you look at the economics of how they have elevated them over us, that's what Mr. Anderson was telling us, that they're going to elevate the immigrant groups over us, particularly the Latinos. This was already documented way before Dr. Anderson even spoke about that. I think I gave the panel a homework assignment some time ago to look up the benign neglect policies that was written up by Senator Steny Moynihan of Maryland, and people like I think underwriters like Lyndon B. Johnson and a couple other people were in that policy. That policy was started around the end of Lyndon B. Johnson and coming into the Nixon administration. That policy, benign neglect, shows you clear the format of what was to be done to take the focus off of the Negro and the upward mobility of the Negro, and to put the focus on Latino, Pacific Islanders, and Asians, like you all speaking about. But the closest person to us are the Latinos, so they're going to filtrate us with them more than, say, the Pacific Islanders and the Asians. This is why they have now taken over us as in numbers here. There are more Latinos than foundational Black in America now, believe it or not. And also, they made sure they had the finances, and they gave them the I guess you could say perks and uplifts to make sure that they become more homeowners than us. That gives them more capital than us. That gives them more financial strength than us, because when you own a home, that's financial strength. That's also generational wealth you can pass down. A lot of us don't have that generational wealth to pass down. It's only 40% of Black people that own homes. Now, it also put us in a position where now we're fighting from the bottom up again. You know, when we were just second class, and that's what Mr. Anderson was also trying to tell us. Because of that group economics that we don't practice, we like to brag about how we have our $2,000 spending deficit. It's only going to
It's not $2,000, sir.
it's only spending going to the YT construct. If we were to practice that group economics, our money don't bounce amongst us, but only maybe for an hour. Where everybody money bounce amongst them for days and weeks and months and years.
Land there when you finish. Land there when you finish.
Yeah, I'll go next.
Brother, this is kind of
All right, so first I'm gonna respond real quick. Right,
All I'm
first
saying,
thing I want to say,
Yeah, but I don't want you to ramble on because I gotta go after that Hispanic thing.
The first thing I'm gonna say is that I rebuke any spell this brother is spitting. And if you feel like you third class, you third class. Don't speak for my people. So you're a third class citizen. You're a fourth class citizen. Well, that's one. Two, the reason why they have more home ownership because they shack up with 20 to 30 Latinos in one home, or they shack up with each other and buy a home. So this is why they do that. We don't shack up with 1 million people to get a home. So this is the reason why they have quote unquote more home ownership. And three, you gotta understand. Excuse me. I was quiet, so you're gonna sit back and be quiet. So again, when it come down to, you don't even know the GDP. You said $2,000 GDP. You don't even know what you're talking about. It's 1.9 to 2.6 trillion dollars, which is equivalent to the 7th largest country in the world. And the reason why that dollar don't last within the community. Excuse me. So again, when it comes to that 1.9 to 2.6 trillion dollars, the reason why it lasts in the community for 6 hours, not because we're leaving our community, it's because we're going across the street to the African spot. We're going across the street to the Jamaican spot.
I just said you don't listen well.
We're going across the street to the. I got you. Don't worry about it. I'm gonna teach you some decorum, and I'm gonna bring you down to comments, and you come up where you be a man and know how to talk like a grown adult. So we're going across the street to the pizza spot, the Italian pizza spot, and then we go into the Indian, and all these people that's parked into our communities, taking out 1.9 to 2.6 trillion dollars into their respective countries. And the moment we start doing our own group economics, which we are doing right now and practicing it, that whole bottom of the totem pole will flip in 24 hours. So let's be clear. So when it comes down to it, ain't nothing third class about a second or fourth. Like I said, we can go to a job right now, get the same benefits, get the same pension, get the same medical care, get the same anything as anyone else. If you was a fifth or fourth or third or second, you would not be able to get that. Hence the illegal immigrants that's right now getting $1 a day to go work in the farms right now. Those are third, fourth, fifth, and second class citizens. They can't get the benefits. They can't get the pensions. They can't get none of the stuff that we're getting. Let's be clear. Now, in regards to group economics, and you wanna mention our elders like God Innocent, yes, we talk about the group economics, and that's what we're doing right now. We are no longer patronizing a lot of these people that's parked in our neighborhoods and making sure we practice in our own group of economics. Now, you gave a whole grocery list of all the bad things we're doing, but I bet you don't have a grocery list of solutions, which I do. So when you come up here and spill that disease, nasty, vile, demonic spells on my people, make sure you speak life also and bring some solutions. We're not going to do that over here. That sounds like some Pan-African babble, and I'll land on that.
Okay, I'm gonna go after the Hispanics outnumbering us. That's actually false. So the largest ethnic group, right? If we go back, mute up. Black issues. So if you go by ethnic group, Germans are the largest, right? So I asked, are Germans the largest ethnic group in America? Because I already knew this, but I wanted to double check because things change. And it says, yes, they are. Then I said, where is the Black American ethnic group as far as population after the Germans? And they say after German Americans, the Black or African American ethnic group is the next largest in terms of population in the United States. Y'all got to get away from the percentages, right? And you also got to understand, if you were raised by real Southern grannies who didn't trust the medical system, didn't trust the government, they had, and I'm older, so my granny probably would have been in her 90s had she not transitioned. They didn't do the censuses. They raised us where we would see them hiding from the census takers and stuff. And I believe that still exists today. And that's another way to my people that if your area is not getting funded, but you see the little Haitians, the little Jamaicans, the little whatever, it's because they have advertisements and PSAs to fill out the censuses. And sometimes that is tied into the budgeting for certain districts. So I just want to put that out there. I'm not telling you to do something that you're not accustomed to or that you don't trust. I'm just giving you a different perspective.
That's a lie right there, sister. That's a lie.
Black issues. I brought you up because I wanted to talk to you. Okay.
Thank you. So I'm gonna land here. I'm gonna land right here. I'm just giving you another perspective, and you could do the research on your own, guys. Okay. Thank you.
All right.
And with our reparations hearings, we're finding out a lot of stuff that you gonna say is a lie. Thank you.
Okay. Now, after this, we're going to give everybody a chance to go ahead and say what they got to say. Then we're going to wrap things up because I still got some work to do. Black Issues, we've had you on here for a bunch of times. You know, and I've it's a little now I'm trying to hear you out and all that. The conversation wasn't even really too much about social economics, but I guess it does tie in. But I'm a little thrown off by what you're trying to say. What are you getting at there? What were you getting at?
What I was getting at is to say that right now we're at an urgency to try to pull, even if we have all that money to spend at the Arab. See, that's what I was trying to say, but I didn't have to. I figured we was intelligent enough where I didn't have to go say Arab or Chinese or this or that. That's why I said we don't keep our money in our community for so long. I figured we had the intelligence to know I was speaking about spending it outside of us. Okay. So we got between us, like I've been going on panels, between your panel and other panels. I'm like, look, man, if we ourselves start with ourselves, like me and my empress and my neighbor across the hall, we're going to start it with ourselves. We said we're going to put in ourselves like so much money a week. We're going to put it somewhere, right? Like an escrow. And every month we're going to put something in there. Every month we're just going to do that, right? I feel like if we even start something like that amongst ourselves, you know, and say like put it in an escrow. If you want to be on the ruler of the escrow, you can, Afro, or whoever you feel or whatever we feel that we can put over the escrow. And we can start right there. You know what I'm saying? It's what, 238 people looking. Here's us on the panel, about 8 people with yourself. If we could just start with like $1 every month, you see what I'm saying? Just put that in there. That will start to grow. Then we can start to help each other do things. Like maybe build a learning facilities in somebody's neighborhood. Like maybe help somebody with their. We can do it ourselves until we can, and then maybe that money can also help us push towards reparations, because it takes money to make money. We can start buying lobbyists and getting people to push our legislation. We can also start by doing. We can also start by doing petitions to be able to get the legislation pushed, that we can get FBA as a federal recognized name, putting on documents, applications, and IDs and stuff like that. So it's grassroots. We always talk about grassroots. Well, our feet need to start hitting the grass so it can touch the roots. And by doing that is by doing little small things like this. That's why I was getting at.
Now, the reason why, and I hear what you're saying, the reason why that what you said has upset other people on the panel is because what you're saying is already in play. There's already petitions going on. There's already people going to legislators, and there's already people forming lobbyist groups to get foundational Black Americans on as a designated identifier. All right. There's already disaggregation in the data that's already going on. That's already officially signed off on in California.
Can I ask you a question? Not to cut you off, can I ask you one question since you said that? So you saying because...
Hold on though. I'm saying that that's going on, and there's already strategies going on as far as, now I understand what you're saying as far as the black dollar leaving the community. That's true. I don't think that we're going to disagree with that. However, there's already strategies in place currently to keep the black dollar in the community, to keep it circulating in the community. So by you saying, even though what you're saying is true, that our dollar does need to stay there, by the implication that there's nothing being done at all, that is going to bother people, because there is things being done. You know what I'm saying? And I'm trying to, I brought you up here so we can have this conversation, because
I didn't mean to imply that, but people insinuated that.
Okay.
You know? And so let me ask you one question. So you're saying, okay, I understand. I know about those things you're talking about.
Bam. You keep interrupting people. You talking about intelligence, but you can't even have the emotional intelligence to chill and wait till Afro done. Mr. Intelligence, come on, let him talk.
You just implied that when you were there, you was all like, "Oh, this grassroots. We talk about grassroots. What are we doing?" And then I said, everything that you just expressed is actually pretty much being done. All of the plays that you're saying, and they're not unintelligent plays. They're not bad strategies, but the strategies that you just expressed to us that we should be, I guess, initiating have already been initiated. So this is why people get irritated, because people are saying, and I'm not saying that, I'm not trying to dish you or anything, but maybe you're uninformed with the fact that people are already doing those things.
Facts.
And that's, I think that's what got the conversation thrown off. And I'm having this conversation because I don't think you're an op or anything like that. You've been here and you've supported for a long time, but I do think that you are out the loop and you're saying things that rub the room the wrong way. Because not only did the panel feel that, the audience felt that too. I was looking at the audience's reaction too, and they were like, "What are you talking about?" And I think that maybe you're not fully informed with all of what's going on, all of what people are doing. So,
okay. I heard you say something, brother.
That nothing is being done, or we should do this. And I'm not saying that you shouldn't. I'm not saying that adding a suggestion is a bad thing, but by implying that nothing is being done, kind of is almost indirectly, and I don't think you're doing it purposefully, but it's indirectly throwing shade towards the people who are doing things. You know what I'm saying? So now that we got
feeling, brother, that's people insinuating the implication. That's people, when you look, when I assume, that makes a fool in the ass out of me. So I can't insinuate nothing that what you say. I got to hear what you say. You see what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is this. No, brother, I'm very well informed of what's going on in California, a lot of places up there in Chicago and down in Atlanta with that boy down in Atlanta. So, okay. And it's more, what I'm saying to you is this. So you're saying that only those pushes that's going, that's all the push that we need as FBAs? Should there not be other pushes in other little cells around the country that are grassroots that can also help and will make more noise towards it? Is there not
Let
maybe
me say
somebody
this,
in
bro.
South
Let me say this to you, Black
is there
history.
maybe
Let
not
me say this.
somebody in South
They just
Carolina
talking. Wait a
that
minute.
could probably bring up a petition as well? Is that somebody in
Land the
DC?
plane, land the plane, land the
Yeah,
plane.
let me say
Afro
this.
Elite,
I'm talking to this brother.
Afro
Why is
Elite.
this? Sister, you really like to hear yourself talk. You and this.
Okay, hold on. I don't
Hey,
Yeah,
know.
no,
bro.
we're not
Let me
going to
say
disrespect
this.
our
Okay, you
sister.
can stay in the comments till I
Yeah,
finish.
we're not going to
Listen,
disrespect our
if he,
sister.
I want to point this out. If he has been in our room, he's been acting like this, an agent of chaos. Somebody mentioned the word performative. I'm on for only FBA rooms. Everybody knows when you come, I shut it down, I gotta go, right? And I come here. And in other rooms, I'm respected enough to drop links in even without asking. He's in the rooms when we're talking, when we're discussing things. I don't know if he's trying to be a know-it-all, trying to insinuate that what we're doing is not working, it's not being done enough. But if he's not tapped in at this stage in the game and he's been in our room all these times, it's a reason. Some people don't believe he's us, and others probably just can't deal with him because he's probably a troublemaker, a rebel rouser. You
It's
know what I'm
crazy.
saying,
He's been in
Afro?
our rooms before, BX. He's been in our rooms several times.
Thank you,
And it's
OBM.
never been this. It's never been on this type of thing. I don't know if this is the same person or not. He
It
got the
is.
same name, same profile, but
And the
he's been
same
in our
voice
rooms
and
and there's
everything.
been no problems before. Now,
Because
Let,
he's
here's the thing.
Hold on,
I
Bobo.
tried to.
bro.
I've tried
Hold on,
to
Bobo.
because he has been here. I tried to give you an out, and you should have took it.
this
You
is
should
what
have
I
took it instead
believe,
of being
Afro.
defensive. You should have been like, "All right, okay, cool," and we would have just moved on. And I
And he
really
acted up
did
in
give
other
you
Bro.
an
rooms, so
out. I gave you an exit, and you did not take it. And now
I think
I'm not gonna give you a second one. I'm not gonna do
right.
that.
And
I'm just gonna
here's the
just
thing,
leave it.
Afro.
I'm gonna
Look,
land here. I'm
Hey,
gonna
hold
land
on,
here.
Fro,
I'm
listen,
gonna land
Fro.
here. I believe that he has been well put together here because there's a different type of atmosphere here. Did we not coming off the? Well, I come off the mic, but you know, it's not like free for all, and we're not really, really, really questioning him the way we do on other panels. He was behaving here until he just couldn't behave no more. And this is him in other rooms, Afro Elite.
yeah,
That's
and I'm
who
gonna say,
other
and I'm gonna
wrong.
say this
Let me
one
say
thing.
this to
Hold on,
you.
Bobo, real
Let me
quick.
say this. Hold on,
One
brother.
thing we're
Hold on,
not
brother. I
gonna
ain't
do,
saying nothing.
right,
I ain't saying
is
nothing at
hold
all.
on, Bobo,
I
real
haven't said
quick.
nothing at
Because I
all.
want to say
Let me
something.
say
I want to
The
this,
say
one
right?
something.
thing we're
We
not
Everybody,
gonna
dealt,
everybody,
Fro,
do.
everybody
Fro,
can't talk at the
He's a
same
Fro,
time.
mod. He's a
Fro.
mod. He's a mod. He's a mod. Go ahead, Marshall.
So as I was saying, right, we got to understand that when it come down to it, we're not going to tell no behind the scene plans on no platform. I don't know what's wrong with him, what he think that we're going to just tell some behind the scene plans and what plans we doing and this, that, third. We're not going to go all the way. Just like nobody knew that SB 515 was going to happen until it happened, and everybody's like, oh snap, that happened, right? So we got to understand that I don't know what he want us to go in depth and what we doing. No, these things are happening. These things are going on. You got to get informed. If you don't know what's going on, that's on you. But don't come up here casting spells on our people saying we lost and we the worst and we fourth and fifth class citizens and it. Don't do that. Because again, you a fourth and fifth class citizen. Don't put that on Afro. Don't put that on BX. Don't put that on me. I'm living good. Anything anybody else can get, I can get. If I get a pension, if they get a pension, I can get a pension. If they can get this, I can get that. I'm living good, family. And at 70, 80 something percent of black Americans are living good. Only 17.9% is in poverty, and we're working to help that 17.9% and help them live good also. So we're not going to play that game. You a fourth or fifth citizen. Don't put that on us. But go ahead, Robo.
Fro, you know me, right?
Yep.
We've been knowing each other for years, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know I'm gonna tell the truth. A lot of people doing that now. A lot of people come on your platform, they respect you, they act different than they act on other platforms. So I just want to tell you that. You know, it's a lot of different people be different. They on your platform, they act one way. On other platforms, they act a different way. That guy, we been knew about that guy. You know me. You know me. You know I go to the wildest spaces, the wildest situations, somewhere where you wouldn't even frequent because they ain't even saying nothing. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? So, you know, we been knew that guy. That guy's a Jamaican or some type of tether or something. He comes to crash. He just worked up his nerve. That's what that is. He worked up the nerve to come on your platform now. He's been practicing on other platforms. He's finally worked his nerve up. So I just wanted to let you know that. I came to touch on the prompt, but I'm gonna leave that right there, brother. You gotta watch, I know, Vovo know. People act a different way when they in front of you than they act on other platforms.
Oh, okay. I got you.
And I'm gonna
Now,
second that because I've been on other panels with him, and he be on that, that Al Sharpton, Mark Lamont Hill, like trying to scold black people, and like he always crowbars in the rhetoric of crabs in a barrel, and we need to do this and we need to do that, and it's like you're on the wrong platform for that. We already out here. You know me, Afro. We in the streets. You know what I mean? So it's like for you to out here. I think that they don't think that we know our history and we don't know what we have done and what we are continuing to do as a people. And I think that, like Foundation said, you're not going to come in here and break our spirit or make us feel like we aren't progressing. And I feel like that's exactly his rhetoric every time. Like every time I've ever heard him speak, we went at it on panels. He's done that, and he never has any statistics to back anything that he's saying. But I'll let you go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was going to weigh in. I agree with 100% what y'all say. I'm more NBA native black American with Dr. Claude Anderson. I taught the Afro elite before because I like that panel when you had the three sisters where Chicago turned red. That was a little while back before the election. But make a long story short, I used to get on Mayor Adams, time, and, on his back, for what he was doing, letting migrants. But he said something that made a lot of sense. And it started bringing everything before the election came, before he was saying, let me tell you something. We spent nearly $7 billion on a year and a half with these illegal immigrants coming in when BLK, even Hispanics, can't even get the same access and resources that these immigrants getting. He said, I had to give cards because he said the Democratic Shield, they told me to do this. They told me to stand down and to give them. And he says it's been like over 20 because when he went to the congressional Congress, he said 20 million. He said you got about 20 million coming through, not being checked. Then they using this as a sanctuary city coming from Texas and all over. And then when they come up here, we got to take care of them. There's no if, what's, or buts about it. And he said, the Democratic Shield told me to do that. They told me to stand down. And he said $7 billion in a year and a half had to go on these illegal immigrants when the BLK, the veterans and people, that paid, the taxpayer that paid into the system could not get the same benefits, state benefits. That was state benefits. And like I said before, we are supporting, a lot of these immigrants that's coming in here. I don't know one black town, predominantly black town, whether it's the biggest city, New York City, Chicago, Detroit, or some hick town that does not have predominantly foreign, businesses and establishments that we have to go through. Because this is not like the 60s or 70s when my dad was around my age. He said it was all black pretty much, because, especially doing segregation down south. He said, now the foreigners have taken over. I already know the reason why they did this is to undermine us and, how this stuff is happening and why it's still happening. But, we need to start taking, we are doing a better job because we are starting to wake up and getting, and starting to realize that, hey, we need to start controlling our own dollar because economics, like Martin Luther King says, since a lot of people like to quote Martin Luther King on the left or whatever, yes, we're going to quote Martin Luther King, quote him all the way because one of his last speeches before he was assassinated, because he was doing a poor people's campaign on Washington, on the White House in Washington in June of 68, but he got assassinated in April of 68. They still had it, but he wasn't there. He said, we coming to collect our check. That's the meat and potatoes of it. He said, we're going to come to collect our check. Malcolm X believed in reparations. So, when they are just saying this, that, pull yourself up by your bootstraps, the first thing I say, and you could kill all that. I say, well, you can, quell that down. I say, well, listen, the slaves and the sharecroppers worked hard. Who worked harder than the slaves and sharecroppers? Did they get rich off their blood, sweat, and tears? No. So, miss me with all that. I just let my plane with that.
real talk. That's true. All of that, pull yourselves up by your bootstraps when they've never had to. And they're sitting up there whining and crying now that of the fear that they might have to. All of this reverse racism and all of that stuff, that's them crying out of the fear and thought of having to pull themselves up by their bootstraps. They're so used to handouts They're so used to everything being passed down and given to them that the mere thought that they would have to work like everybody else, that they would be on the same playing field and have to compete with everybody else, they're saying that that's oppression. That fair competition, not being sabotaged. They're saying that fair competition is oppression for them. That's
Yep.
what all of them with the Tucker Carlson and all of them and Nick Fuentes and all of that. That's what they're saying. That's literally what they're saying. Let's.
Little bit of pushback. We did pull ourselves up. We had thriving black towns. We had it all. We still have it all because we still have about 200 banks. So we have more banks, more hospitals. There was a black woman. What's her name? Maggie Walker. I believe she was in Louisiana. She was funding everybody. We had our Madam C.J. Walker's, her mentor before they stopped speaking, the first car. Like, we really had it all before immigration, integration, and before the Irish and them Ellis Island babies started running up into our communities. Let's not forget that. Let's always speak on that. That's also another incentive to get them up out of here because they're siphoning resources and then they're disrespectful. We support them without fail, as Brother Marshall pointed out. We go across the street, we go to the Arabs and stuff. What they don't realize is that, so I'm from a time, and I say this all the time, where my granny would tell me to meet her somewhere. We go to a foundational Black American hairdresser shop. The lady dressed to the nines. So I seen the height of our businesses for my age. I seen the decline. But if you do the research, I bet you it's unfair rent hikes and discriminatory loan practices. They don't face the discrimination, disenfranchisement that we face as well. So we have had these things that everybody tells us that we don't have, and some still have it, and we will have it again. Marshall is right. We don't leave ours behind. But I just wanted to put that out there.
Yep. Alrighty then. Thank you for that. Let's get to Danny.
What's going on, man? What's going on, man?
Peace, family.
Hey, I didn't know you were from Chicago at first. I'm from Chicago too, and I don't know if you heard about it. I think it was 2016 when Obama was leaving office. They were trying to move immigrants into Cabrini Green, but then I think 2020 they were going to fix up the left side of the row houses over there. But COVID happened, and then 2023, I think they were actually going to do it that time, and the community was all the way against it, like threats of like harming the people if they would have moved them in. And I'll say that to say I think it's absolutely a good thing that they're getting sent home, and I definitely feel like they're like it's a cancer specifically on the black community. And what else I was gonna say? And I think we definitely have to take advantage of this and heal and just take advantage.
I agree. And shout out to everybody in Chicago who's been pushing back against that. You know, you got Miss Jackson and them, they consistently pushing back and being representatives of the fact that you're not going to use the black plight to advance other communities' interest, which is what they've been doing. And they've been doing that because unfortunately we've had planted representatives who've allowed them to do that, who've tried to make an equivalent comparison between immigrant issues and our issues and everybody else's issues and our issues. These are not real grassroots representatives. A lot of these people are planted representatives. And now we're starting to call them out. And because of that, their fake authority that they were given to and their leadership and be able to, all of that stuff is being stripped away from them. Their legitimacy, that's the word I was thinking, has been stripped away from them. That's what we're doing. So we just got to keep doing that. Let's now get to my brother Sage. Sage is on TikTok now. Sage, how you doing?
Black First family, how are you, brother?
I'm good, brother. Talk to me.
So this is where you been at, huh? This is where you been. Oh, good. Okay. So again, this is my first time ever. I just created this page, so I don't really know how to work this over here. But me and you and Black spoke. We'll be migrating soon. But anyway, peace to the family. I heard a lot of things tonight that was spoken about people, well, specifically foundational Black Americans not excelling in life when it comes to like financials and things like that. And I want to say that's a fallacy. For one, through the teachings and through the lessons that I learned, again, like as you know, brother Alpha, excuse me, brother Afro, I've been able to purchase my first home by myself, not married, none of that, no kids, I have a dog, but that's it. I've been able to do that by myself. So again, I don't know where, and I'm from New York, where it's very expensive, just like Chicago, just like LA, just like certain parts of this country. It's very expensive. So to be able to buy a property, own property by myself is a amazing feat, I would say. And I don't understand why we get this whole laziness. Oh, you blacks are being outwitted or out earned by immigrants. That's just not true. And again, coming from a place where the median home price is about $4,000 a month, excuse me, the medium apartment, not even home, apartment price is about $4,000 a month. It seems something that's not obtainable for people like us. Now, my brother said earlier up here, he said about people not being specifically married, and that's true. We don't shack up in houses where it's 8, 9, 10 people. See, a lot of things that go unsaid, specifically when it comes to Black people, even when I was viewing houses around upstate New York, around Long Island, around New Jersey, and I went into a lot of these Hispanic-owned houses, there was about 8 of them living in the house. Let's just call a spade a spade. And at the same time, we don't do that. You see, and I want to make that loud and clear. We don't live 8, 9 to a house. We just don't do that. Now, if the Hispanics want to come into this country and they live like that, that's fine. That's how they live in their third world country. But that's not exactly what we do over here. We have a household. We have a mother, a father, 2 kids, or 1 kid, whatever the case is. But that's how we live. That's how we earn our keep. So there's never really been a competition between us and some third world people. And I don't know why they've done that over here on TikTok. I guess I know that the brothers over here and the sisters too have been regulating that, and I have much respect for that. But do not attempt to lie on my lineage or my family about how we live our lives. We don't do that. And again, you're talking to a specific homeowner. So, I mean, I don't know if the brother is still up here, whatever the case is, but again, I have a deed with my name on it, brother. I don't rent anymore, brother. So, and I come from Fort Greene projects, homie. So again, to be able to come from that to own what I own now, that's an amazing feat. And with that, I'm a land.
And I want to shout out to you, brother.
Yeah, shout out to him. Let me also add context to that. The whole, because the speaker who said that was done out of some cultural pride or something. He said something of the sort that was done because they reserve their culture and they maintain their culture. No, not really. First off, if we're going to be honest, there's a lot of foundational Black Americans who will allow you to stay. I know some in my family. We've done this too, where, if you're kind of down bad and you need a place to stay, we'll give you a place to stay. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of foundational Black Americans who I know as adults, sometimes they got to move back in with their parents, and they stay with their parents until they can find a place to move out. You know what I'm saying? And that's just how it is. And we have always done that. So the whole thing of we're isolated and we don't believe in this community value thing, that's just not true. That's not how we've lived. That's not how we live now. What they're doing is they will have adults who will live in the house indefinitely with no intention on moving out. They'll have the whole family tree live under one roof with no intention on spreading out. We don't do that. Okay. Now, if you need some help, we'll help you. We'll look out for you. You need a place to stay. You can stay over here. Sometimes we have our parents live in our house, when they can't provide for themselves or whatever. But the mentality of the family living under one roof forever, we don't do that. And they do that not out of some cultural pride or some ancient cultural value. They do that out of necessity.
Survival,
That is
yep.
because that is a necessity for them all to live under one roof, because a lot of them are making pennies to a dollar. They're not really making no real money like that. So they need 7 people to pay the rent. That's the reality of why they do that. It's not out of no cultural value or no family value, which is what they try to say to rationalize it, but that's not what it is. It's not out of no family value. It's out of necessity. We'll help out family. We're very family oriented people, but as far as a 40-year-old just living in with no plan on moving out, first off, we have too much pride for that. That's just what that is. We have too much pride not to branch out. That's number one. And number two, that's not functional. We just don't do that.
I mean, life is
Can I,
about growth, ain't
can I
it?
piggyback off what you just said? I'm just going to be quick. You know, the education, it's 107 HBCUs, as we all know. I think all of us know. 107 HBCUs, tens of thousands every semester, not every year, tens of thousands graduate every semester. You could say over 20,000 graduate every year. And we've been doing that for about, almost 100 years. You understand what I'm saying? So the education is there. And I think the black woman is the most educated person in America, you know, according to their own statistics. Only thing I say, you know, we get together, finally, you know, we start getting together and, you know, maximize our own potential and our own monies, because like there's thousands of black inventions that we have, but we just didn't have the patent because of racism. Then yes, we could do a lot better. And just like the brother said, under 18%, and then we trying to bring that down. Yes, everything can be accomplished and can be accomplished basically overnight if we do it. So it's about doing it. Yeah, land my plane.
Okay, I gotta say something. My name is BX the Gatekeeper. I think that I've been a lot lenient on telling my people don't say things. Some of you may not be familiar with me. Some of you may have forgotten. There's a lady in there saying that it's not fair to take away birthright citizenship because it would be disingenuous to the FBA who can't find their lineage. That is a lie, right? But when I say it sounds like she's fishing and she's not FBA, why would y'all comment on how she could find anything about the ancestors? We have to be mindful. These people are scrambling. They need to fearmonger us. We understand there are brick walls, but we understand there's other ways to know who we are and to prove it. We're very well documented. Let's cut it out. Please be mindful as you go into other rooms. People are fishing. Birthright citizenship can end and true FBA will still be here. Nobody will be mistakenly deported. Thank you. That's all.
Yeah. Do you not think, Sage, I know you said something. I don't want you to forget what you were saying. But I want to say this real quick. Do you not think the government doesn't already know who's an immigrant or not? I want y'all to let's be honest. Most of y'all are new. Most of y'all are like first or second generation immigrants. Y'all have not been here for no 5-6 generations. Now we've been here since America, before America was America. I was saying since America, before America was America. We all the way deep rooted in here. Y'all still have accents of a foreign nation. Yeah, they can tell. Y'all literally still have accents from your homeland. We can tell. Come on. All of that, they ain't gonna be able to find it. First off, just by process of elimination, it's gonna be easy. And then the rest, you can find it. Everybody know who an immigrant and who not. Come on now. Sage, you were about to say something about moving out or something like that?
No, I was gonna say life is about growth. You know, so you want to grow in life, and since we're here, and since I guess will be my debut on TikTok, let's spill the beans a little bit, Afro. I think I spoke to you about this in the back channel. I want to say something about this. You know, this up north, this northeast, this New Jersey, this New York, this. I didn't even look in Connecticut, but they have something called the New York and New Jersey new generation home ownership program, where if you are a first generation immigrant you don't have to put down money on a house, meaning you don't have to pay the down payment on a house. The government will pay the down payment for you, which will basically eat up about 30 to 40, maybe even $50,000, depending on what size house you're getting, how big the house is, how much the house costs. But that doesn't apply for citizens here. Meaning, if your parents own any property within this country, you do not qualify for that. So juxtapose that to me and the people up here on this panel here. None of us will none of us will benefit from that. Now, that happened when Biden was in office. That's when that took place. That's when all of that took place. Now, Trump got in office and quietly ended that, which I believe is a great thing, because people come up here saying all the time that we are lazy and that we don't, work hard, whatever the case is. And again, and this is not just to me. I'm not an anomaly. This is what I want the brother that was talking earlier to know. I'm not an anomaly. I'm just a nigga that came from the hood. Quiet. I'm just a nigga that came from the hood that was able to do something to better his life and possibly even the future of my family. I was able to do that. And every one of my brothers and my sisters can do that as well. So I don't know where this whole narrative about we don't work hard or we're not the hardest workers. I'm still trying to figure out who in this country worked harder than us. Because again, I don't know I believe my sister BX is from New York. Sister, you see how Central Park looks? That's how America looked in the beginning until we built that. So again, I'm still trying to figure out this whole lazy, this whole lazy, what is that? It's like whatever myth that they come up with about us being lazy and us not working hard. Again, brother, we own homes, we own businesses. The only thing that we have not owned yet is the destruction of white supremacy, brother. Or white tea, whatever they say up here. I'm sorry. So yeah.
Acclimated to it. Yeah, I know it. It take a minute, Sage. It do take a minute.
Oh,
I
yeah,
be
I'm
slipping up
sorry.
sometimes.
I'm
I
sorry.
just I just want to say this real quick. I think the brother was. I look, you will find a lot of these people are projecting their actual life experience. And so when they say, well, we don't own and we don't have a home and we lost, they're actually projecting their actual life experience that they're lost. They don't own a house, right? They don't, so that's what it is. And so what they do is paint the whole group with a single brush. There's people out here living a different reality, family. We got to understand we are the richest black people on earth. We do 1.9 to 2.6 trillion dollars. And I know a lot of us take that very lightly and don't understand how impactful, how big that is. And that's in our spending. That's if I want to, let me get a little land here. Let me get a little Gucci here. Let me get a little house here. That's our spending. That's not our earning. Our earning is 10 times more than that. Right? So we got to understand that, we just to give you just an idea, we do 1.9 to 2.6 trillion. The whole continent of Africa do 3.1 trillion dollars. So we do more than 3/4 of the whole continent of Africa with 1.5 billion people, family, in spending. So when we talk about the we lost and we don't own and we this and we that, you're projecting your experience onto my people. And that's why I stop it immediately, because all you're doing is casting spells on my people, and we're not doing that. You're casting YT supremacist talking points, immigrant talking points, and we're not going to play that game. So I'll land on that. But yeah, shout out to my brother that owned. He's a prime example. He owned his home, right? Because that's the norm for us. We own homes. I don't like to brag, but I can show you around. You can look at my page right now. You see my home, nice little background, no neighbors. That's the average for us. That's how we really living out here. Now there's some people that's living. There's nothing wrong with the hood. There's a lot of money in the hood. Let's be clear. There's a lot of money in the hood. I know a lot of people that work in MTA, NYPD, Rikers Island, and they live right in the Bronx, New York, right in the apartment buildings. Right? I used to live in the Bronx, New York, High Bridge, right in the apartment building. My mom and dad was both Rikers Island correctional officers. Let's be clear, and they made money. My Christmas looked like, if I were to show you my Christmas, the presents could fill the whole room. But again, the thing is, just because they're living in a certain area don't mean they poor. It's because maybe they have access to a different city job. right? So again, let's we got to stop this. We poor and we lost, and just I think a lot of the people that say they got to fix their specific situation and get themselves together, and that's our goal to help the little small percentage of our people that's in poverty, the 17.9%, to help get them up to par. Because to me, and I'm laying on this, although I feel like I may be winning, the people the people that is losing and not really losing but that don't have it together, I take that as an L for me, right? And I don't like to lose. I promise you, I'm a winner, right? And so we got to get to that mindset, not the individual mindset, more so of a group mindset where we help all of ourselves. If somebody else is losing within our community, that's an L for all of us. We got to take that personal, as if our family is losing. That's the kind of mindset I have. So that's why I don't get hyped that, I'm living a different reality, because I got my fellow countrymen that need my help right now, that need me by all means. And it's my sole contract to make sure I bring them up. I'm going to land on that.
You see, can I add on to that real quick, brother?
Yes, sir.
First of all, you're absolutely correct. A lot of these third world people, when they come up to America, they think I made it. Fuck the people back there. Excuse my language. Forget the people back there. I made it. So they don't even look back towards the people in their third world nation that actually would need their help. It's all about me, 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 I. It's a very selfish culture that they have. And with that being said, too, brother, how many of my brothers or my sisters that's listening or that will be listening, how many of you ever heard of that program that I just mentioned?
I didn't hear that. That's crazy.
Not
And that
But I've
specifically for
talked
New
to you
York and
about
New
it, so yeah.
Jersey,
So
though. I've
yeah.
heard when Kamala was promising it, but I didn't know they had one specifically for New York and New Jersey.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Y'all can Google that. It's no longer in existence, but y'all can Google that. This is what the Biden administration did, and I know me and you spoke in the back Afro about that. But that doesn't benefit anyone here. So if they're doing so great, why need so much handups from this specific government? A government in which they did not help build. So again, if you want to measure apples to apples, like my brother said, our GDP, we make so much money. But the fact that Sage Matter purchased the property does not mean his people are winning. And I cannot forget about my people. So with that being said, again, how can I lift up the next brother and the next sister? How can I give that brother or that sister information on how to accomplish what I've accomplished and even take what I've done and push it forward? That's what we do for the next generation. That's why we're here speaking out now. We want to take what we've learned and push it forward. We don't want to just hate on the next generation. I'm not going to name no names, but we don't want to, throw little shade at the people that come up after us that we've taught things. We want to actually push them further so that they can push our agenda further.
yeah,
And with that, I'm gonna give it back to you, brother.
the thing. Thank you for that. Thank you both for that. The thing is that when people make it seem as if we can't make it, we can make it, and we've had rich black people during the times of slavery. We've always had well-to-do black people. We've always found a way to make it work. We've had well-to-do black people right after slavery, during Jim Crow, during Reconstruction. So we've always found a way to do it. But the issue that we have is not that we're not natural winners. We are. The issue that we have is that we're not racing a fair race. We're having artificial obstacles put in front of us that are not put in front of anybody else. You know what I'm saying? If this was a race, we gotta jump through hurdles and we gotta run through sand, and everybody else gets a head start. So what we need to be focusing on is not the individual winning, but changing the environment so there is no hurdles for us to run. Do you know what I'm saying? And that's what we're focusing on, not individual success, which is what makes us different from the fleers, the immigrants who come over here fleeing, because they're coming over here focused on individualistic success. They're not focusing on changing the environment and changing the condition. When we escape our condition, we look back and say, well, what can I do to change the condition of the situation I came from, to make it to where there are no hurdles and other obstacles and sabotaging and anchors put on the rest of the runners. That's how we have seen things. They say things like, hey, I made it, so I'm good. And that's the difference. Which is why when they come over here, they don't go back to their homeland. You got more black American celebrities, Oprah, as much as we don't like Oprah, and I don't like Oprah at all, but as much as we don't like Oprah, Oprah has done more for Africa than Akon has. Even though that kind of got messed up or whatever the case is, but you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. We got more black American celebrities who've done more for Africa than the African celebrities have. Okay, maybe Oprah probably was a bad example. Use another example, you know. Maybe Oprah probably was a bad example, but you know, you can use another example. You know what I'm saying?
We with you, brother. We with you.
Ja Rule went over
You
there.
know what
I
I'm
don't know if
saying?
Ja Rule or Jay-Z is of the lineage. I
Afro,
think
you funny,
Jay-Z is. But they built, like Jay-Z built a well, and I think Ja Rule built a school. Halo has a friend, not even a celebrity, who went over there and provided dental services.
Mm-hmm.
So even regular people, there's another lady, I believe she got to be like a nurse practitioner. She may even be a doctor by now. I'm not sure. She's in the medical field, really high position. And she goes over there with doctors for borders, I think, borders for doctors, something like that. So there are people that volunteer their skill, their time, and go over to the continent.
Zizi got me cracking up in the comments. I'm sorry.
Oh, you know, so I just think that somebody mentioned the word projecting, and I'm telling everybody I'm out of FUCKS's to give. I am,
So,
because I don't, since I was 14, that the media. I don't want to hear that excuse no more. When do you grow up? I'm starting to think something's wrong with their comprehension. That's no tea, no shade. But at 14 years old, because of my hip hop artist and just my natural common sense, I understood my government was full of ish and that something was wrong with Africa, but not the way that they said it was. I even gave pushback against tribes selling their own people and stuff. And we still rallied for South Africa. We found out we had a Tuskegee Airmen go over there for Ethiopia. Like, we really championed the whole diaspora, even the Caribbean. And it's just a shame that they dropped the ball and I no longer feel not entitled, feel obligated to treat these people better than they treat us. So if it's a boycott for the African, it's a boycott for the Caribbean, who has turned out to be just as tribal as the Africans.
yeah.
Everybody's coming against us, Afro. Some of these islands don't like each other, right? But they like each other enough to come at us when we're in these spaces.
Yep, that's true. I'm gonna say this one thing. I'm gonna say also this, and the reason why we brought that up is because they like to talk about their family values and stuff like that. I don't see how you can have family values when you flee an entire country and don't look back. That's some family value. I just don't see it. Y'all flee an entire country with no intent on ever going back. Never. Y'all literally begging and pleading, hiding in another man's country, not to go back to your own country. No, and you talk about some family values. I will say one thing. They can talk about all of the rappers and gangsters and all of that stuff here. Rappers and even the gangster rappers who are foundational Black American, give back to their community better than they do. Little Dark has given back to Chicago more than the average Tether has. Hell, King Von has given back and donated to different charities and things like that. If y'all didn't know that, you got foundational Black American rappers who give back to their cities. Kendrick Lamar, Little Durk, Common, all of that stuff, who've given back to their communities. Foundational Black American celebrities. Despite what y'all want to say about Jay-Z, Jay-Z has, J. Cole has. We can name celebrities that's done that. Snoop Dogg has. We can name Ice Cube has. That's given back to the community. Okay? And these are rich people who don't got to do that. But they do it just out of the love of where they came from. They don't even live in that. LeBron, Dave Chappelle, we can do. Cat Williams, we can do that. They don't. Talk about some family values. They don't have family values. They could care less. There's wars going on in their country that they don't speak of. They don't even speak of these things.
Facts.
You got Nicki Minaj speaking on Nigerian issues, and I don't see Nigerians speaking on them.
Nikki does.
Where Burna Boy is too busy kicking people out of his concerts instead of speaking on Nigeria. And Nicki Minaj, who mind you is not FBA, but Nicki Minaj is speaking on that.
But no, listen, that's a whole hypocrite because the Venezuelans are tearing up Trinidad. Why isn't she talking on that? She's from Trinidad.
Yeah,
The people over there were telling us how they being pushed out of, I think it's vendor opportunities.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
I
as
have a
long as she ain't
question for the
speaking on
room.
our issues, she can speak on. I mean, where's the Nigerians to say don't speak on our issues? Because they ain't speaking on them.
I have a question for the room too. Has Nicki Minaj ever done anything like substantial for Trinidad and Tobago?
Nope.
Not to my knowledge.
She told Michael B. Jordan, she backed him up when they told Michael B. Jordan he couldn't do Jorvay, the liquor. Jackie, did you know you up here? Yeah, she was one who told Michael B. Jordan, Juve, no, you can't do that. That's what she did for her people.
I'm not caping for Nicki. I'm just trying to make the point that they're not speaking on the issue. It ain't me trying to make Nicki Minaj out to be a hero of any kind.
Oh no, I know, absolutely. I know you ain't caping for her. My thing is Nikki comes out when she wants to and acts like she's some type of authority. But let's be honest here, y'all. Specifically like the New Yorkers, bro. Nikki is just a girl that you would see on the corner, bro. And I'm not saying like a prostitute. That's a regular everyday girl, bro. She's not really that educated, not really that enlightened, but she's a New Yorker, bro. She runs behind her flag when it's beneficial, and then she'll hop on the I'm Black train when it's beneficial. And that's just how some of these New Yorkers are. A lot of them have Caribbean ties, and they'll act like they're, well, when it's Labor Day time or when it's like, some type of Caribbean Independence Day, they'll run behind that flag. But when it's time to actually stand on some real black business and try to get some justice across, they're nowhere to be found. And with that, I'm going to land.
No, Sage, I don't even call them New Yorkers. I don't. Because we know there was an enslaved population here, right? So there are those who descend from Seneca Village. My ancestors were enslaved here by the Dutch. So when somebody comes up and be like, I'm from New York and their family is from the islands, I say, you're a gentrifier. You're not from the soil, you're just a resident. You're from the island. You're from the continent. I think that they hold on to New York at some time because it's deemed to be the birthplace of hip hop. And they're making us look bad. I gotta tell you on this app, right? So no, I remind them where they came from, and it ain't New York. That's just me, brother.
We're gonna we finally got ZZ back up. I was actually waiting
Hi,
so you can get your last word in. I know you wanted to come back.
Yeah, I'm back up
I
here.
wanted to close, but I wanted to let you get your last word in. I know
How
you
you
at
doing?
work right now, so I'm gonna let you go ahead.
Blessed. Perfect.
What's up?
Peace. Who is this in there? Peace, Sage. I see Sage on the panel. What's up, man? I ain't seen him in a minute. We'll talk to him in a minute.
How's everything, sis? How are you?
I'm pretty good, brother. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. It's always a blessing to speak with you. I'm good.
That's a blessing. Yeah, I heard that talking about Nicki Minaj. Egregious. I was putting my ear in. I was listening while I was out there, but yeah, I worked with a Trinity girl, and she was telling me that Trinity people don't even claim Nicki Minaj. She said they don't do shit. She didn't do shit with Trinity. And so she don't get no type of claim like to Trinity. She was like, really, she's more Americanized. I had to put some pushback on that. Girl, she ain't out. She's not out. But yeah, she was like, yeah, if anything, she's more Jamaican. Like she don't really come to Trinity. She don't have no, but she don't got no foundation here. She don't do nothing for Trinity people, so they don't really claim her like that, which is understandable. Now I did see her do that thing for the Nigerians, talk about the Nigerians over there getting unalived. And I know I seen a couple Africans talking about that, saying there's some layers to that. It wasn't really just that simple. Some tribal things going on within that, I think, as well. But also, yeah, at least she was saying something, because there are a lot of people from Africa that's over here, like you just said, Burna Boy, Tyler. A lot of these entertainers over here that ain't doing a damn thing for their country. And you got people like Burna Boy talking about how, yeah, Nigeria is free. I'm free in Nigeria, and over here niggas getting locked up, but your ass is over here. Your ass, first of all, he had to cancel his show day. Shout out to the black people on code. Why he had to cancel them damn show dates, because it's egregious. Clearly he has a disconnect. He has some sort of disconnect. And I don't know what it is with Nigerians specifically, but them niggas be hella anti-black. It's too many of them. I'm not gonna put them all on you, but it's too many of them niggas that be anti-black as hell. So yeah, and have like elitism issues. And I think Burna Boy suffers from that as well. So yeah, a lot of them, not only Africa, but from the Caribbean, from other parts of the world, don't do anything for their countries. Y'all come over here, you make it, you might bring some of your family over here and to look out for some of the people in your tribe, but y'all are not doing, some of the shit that y'all say that you're doing, like Akon's fake ass Africa City or Africa Town, Africa World, whatever the hell he was trying to build that failed terribly. So yeah, they should be more grateful for the contributions that Black Americans actually do for other groups, because we do give back. Like you said, I'm glad you named all them people, all them brothers specifically, and rappers that do things for the communities here in America. But it's a lot of people that do outreach, that do things. Somebody just said, I didn't even know Marshall Lynch somebody said he had something in Haiti or something like that, some sort of foundation in Haiti. So we got people, like you said, Oprah, egregious example, but I get where you was going with it. It's a lot of people. It's a lot of us. It's a lot of us.
I tried. I couldn't even finish it. I was like, you know what? Use that example for somebody else, please. I couldn't even finish that. I was like, oh, no.
She's from Chicago, like him. That's why he brought that up.
Right. But I get it, because there's a lot of us that do a lot of outreach to different countries, specifically, and honestly, it's a lot of pressure on us to do that, especially when we started travel, because they have this idea that we're privileged and that, what I'm saying, we should be spreading that, or it's not pro-black. Honestly, we can really keep it all here. We got more than enough issues. We can spread our wealth and time and resources to ourselves, but we still tend to outreach to different countries. So yeah, we don't get enough credit when it comes to that. But yeah, final thoughts. Y'all niggas gotta go. All the legals gotta go. I don't give a damn what race you are. You got to go. I don't care what order it is. You got to go. I'm not a Trump supporter. I don't support Trump, but I support delineation and I support deportation of illegals. Y'all got to go. And some of these legals, they need to change some of the laws, because y'all should not have the same citizenship status of us, point blank period. Y'all are not true Americans like we are. And yeah, reparations is the number one issue right now. So everything else got to go to the back of the line. Y'all gonna be all right.
Cece's favorite word is egregious.
It is. It's egregious. It is. There's so many things that's egregious. Yeah, but delineation ain't. You feel me?
Yes, I do.
That's true. Real talk. I mean, we do. We have given a lot. Now, here's one thing about them not claiming Nicki Minaj as a Trinidadian. Y'all, the Caribbean, that's one thing about the Caribbean. Y'all real quick to disclaim somebody. Y'all don't like to claim nobody who's quote unquote Americanized. I'm going to say, you know what? Y'all gonna have to claim Nicki. Y'all hold that L. Yep. Y'all gotta hold it. I don't care if she Americanized or not. She's not here. She's not FBA. She's Trinidadian, despite y'all liking it or not, because y'all claim who y'all want to claim. Now, if Nicki Minaj, if Nicki Minaj was a Beyonce, y'all would love to claim that Nicki Minaj was Beyonce. Y'all don't get to pick and choose who y'all claim. No, yeah, she's Trinidadian. Y'all gotta hold that. Don't be all like, well, we know, because then y'all be picking and choosing. Y'all trying to make Malcolm X a damn Caribbean. Y'all be picking and choosing who y'all want to claim. Now, Malcolm X was Americanized. Y'all still want to claim him, though, even though he's not a Caribbean. So see, the Caribbeans are real slick with that. Oh no, you're too Americanized. That means they make you look bad. It's not about being Americanized. No, y'all gotta hold that L.
Look back, they dance on gravel with dogs walking by. Where do the dogs use the bathroom but on the gravel, the same place they be spinning on their head top, jumping off of speakers? The Caribbean really needs to get it together, but because I socialize with them the most, they gonna get this work the most. Like I really can't. No, I think a lot of these people are too big for their britches, and they need to be knocked down to size. Cause it's like I say we raised them in New York, right? They emulated us. The baby hairs, the sneakers, our style, everything. When he says when Sage said that's a New York city girl, you can find her on the corner. No, that's an FBA. She's emulating an FBA person. We push the culture, right? And so they need to get it together. Everything they do here, they copied off of us. How to make
Yeah.
money, how to do this, how to do that. Now they want to come up and act like they could beat us with something. They really can't. And it amazes me that they kind of lost their culture because you got two types of Caribbeans. The ones who assimilate, and you don't know they're Caribbean until you go into their household, or the ones who are bright and bold with it. I'm Jamaican, I'm Jamaican, I'm Jamaican. But now those I'm Jamaican, I'm Jamaican, I'm Jamaican are selling soul food out of their restaurants. And I'm wondering how they lost their culture. Like they really annoying me. They really annoying me because I know they can do better. I just don't see why they would align with the Africans. That's like a loss right there. But
Hmm.
then,
So I think that when it comes to New York culture, right, New York is synonymous with Black American culture. Instead of saying Black American culture, they say New York culture. They say New York lingo. Say New York, and as somebody from the Bronx, New York, we know that's Black American culture. And so this is how another way how they can umbrella under our culture and throw that on and say I'm from New York and say that's New York culture and then try to brag. That's why we had that Nigerian woman that tried to tell people from the South how they should wear and talking for us and try to speak for us. We're not doing that. You're not going to talk to our family like that. That's why all the New Yorkers came up and said, "Hold on, we're not doing it," and we stopped that ASAP. Right, so we got to stop that whole New York culture because again, we understand that's Black American culture, lingo, ebonics, not ain't nothing asking about our Black American English, Bay, Black English vernacular, Bev, right? Ain't nothing asking about. So again, we got to stop this because what they're doing is ethnociding and using New York as a way to kind of blend in to our culture.
Yeah, real talk, real talk. That's true. They're immigrantizing everything. That's what they're trying. That's what they're attempting to do, and we got to stop that. Let's get you a couple more speakers here. Let's get to True Man, and then Black Issues is back. So, True Man, you got it. True Man, you can unmute yourself. Okay. Well, Black Issues.
Yeah, about that New York thing. Think about a lot of misconceptions when it comes to New York and it being FBA culture is because they filtrated all those Caribbean and Africans in New York. But I know for a fact that a lot of FBA people are still in New York and they're just as many as FBAs in New York as they are, they are Caribbean people. All my mother's first cousins and them from South Carolina when they came from Vietnam and they got out of college back in the early and mid 50s, they all went up north. Most of them went to Brooklyn. Majority of them in Bed-Stuy right now. Got one, she's in Queens. And they've had children that's my age and their children have children. Their children's now having children. So there's a lot of FBA still in New York. That's a misnomer where they tend to want to think that New York is just full of Africans and Caribbean. There's a lot of FBAs up there. Me personally, man, look, I'm my own thinker. I'm a free thinker. I'm not a yes man. I'm not nobody's cheerleader. You know what I'm saying? I think out the box. I'm too old to have someone to try to tell me how to think. I mean, I'm 61. I look like some little 30-year-old, some little 40-year-old try to tell me. I done lived this life a long time. Now, people like to misconceive. People like to try to use you as a joke piece. I've been noticing on a lot of Not yours, because me and you, we never had no disrespect between us. Matter of fact, the last time I seen you, it was a real good family conversation. And you see, it's a lot of copycatting going on out here, man. There's a lot of people, I love my boy Tyreek. There's a lot of, and Tyreek is the man, you and him both. You know what I mean? What I like about you, you don't try to do no copycatting to Tyreek. I spoke about you in my own little part. I started doing my own little thing up here because I'm trying to build my own little thing. Because I notice when you go to these panels, you get cut off. When you say something that somebody don't say, if you're not part of the congregation, or if you say something against the congregation, they hear one thing, they don't hear you all the way out. And me as a older brother, man, I just don't have the energy to exude to such nonsense. You know what I'm saying? Especially people who don't know a goddamn thing about me. I don't have to prove myself to nobody up here. I know who the hell I am. I know who my lineage is. And what kills me is when you assume, it makes an ass and a fool out of you. And for all those who came up here assuming, that's just what you are. Because you're sitting here trying to call your own FBA brother out of something just to use him as a joke, piece of a butt of a joke, or just to carry him to make the show go on and get likes or whatever. I'm not that nigga. I have a lot of respect for you, Afro. I got love for you. I've had a lot of fun with you. You'll probably be the last show that y'all see Shaka be on if I jump on your show, because I just got to get on there to say something and argue to the fact in behalf of FBA. But you probably won't see me up there no more. I'm going to try to keep my own shit popping, because I feel like I found this one place just like yours, without all the, fuckery. This show was straight intellectual conversation. Nobody trying to be Tyreek and try to guess if you a tether or guess if you from here and put your little weak ass, you trying to figure out a person's ethnic radar on. You ain't had none of that idiot shit going on. You got a lot of pseudoscience armchair dumbasses that be up on a lot of these panels, including yours, and they think that they know a motherfucker, and they don't. And they make this stuff look very stupid and ignorant. So I say, to that, hey, you can miss me with that bullshit. You calling your own brother out his own name. You talking about my mother, you talking about my grandmother, and you talking about my great-grandmother. And to that, motherfuck you and your whole generation. And on that note, I say I love you.
No.
Hold on.
Okay, because I'm quick.
All of y'all fucking.
When are you
Yeah, he
talking
came
about?
up. He came up here. He came up here to cry. I
Hold
don't know
on.
what's that
Hold
about.
on. In this
Fuck
life,
all you motherfuckers but
hold
Afro, straight up.
on, dude.
Yeah, he came up here to cry. I don't know what that was about.
Dude. In this whole life, when did anybody say anything about your mother or anything like that?
Nobody.
Nobody said anything. I brought you back up just out of respect for the fact that you said that you were not being heard. And I brought you back up to express how what you said was rubbed the room the wrong way. And everything could have been copacetic past that point if you allowed it to be. You refused to allow things to be copacetic. That's what you did. And you came back up here throwing shade and sneak dissing. That's what you did. Nobody even had mentioned you not being a part of the lineage or anything, or the chat room. But listen, the chat room gonna say what the chat room gonna say. But on the panel, nobody had even said that. We had disagreed with your stance on us not doing anything for the community. Because that's what you implied. And this is recorded and you can listen to the playback. That is what you implied. And when I brought you back up here, you implied it again. And then I had corrected you about that. And then it was like an ego thing where you were all like, no, I'm not saying that. And you didn't want to be corrected. And I don't know if you felt embarrassed or you felt like people were, putting you on blast, or you implied that you were being put upon. And that's not the reality of the situation. And then you came back up here and nobody has spoke on you for the last about 30 minutes. And you came back up here to throw some sneak dissing. And then you wanted to say something real slick before you got off. That's not cool. That's not becoming, brother.
Nah.
For you to throw the middle finger up right before you leave the room. Come on. As a 60-year-old brother, come on. For you to say F everybody and F your mama and all that stuff and then leave, that's childish.
About the want to be Tyreek and this and his.
And then I don't know where that was going. Like I don't know where that was. What? what that was about, all of that stuff, huh?
Yeah, that was weird. I
Hey,
think
what's
the
up?
brother
What's
honestly,
up, Alpha? Hey, I just want.
hold on one second, brother. I think the brother honestly needs some therapy. He need a hug. He needs somebody to get. I got a hug for you, brother. If you need a hug, you're 61 years old. I expected way better from you as an elder, somebody that's supposedly be an elder. You're supposed to be a leader and show a good example of how to operate, even if people disagree and you felt the way. You should have moved up here with grace and honor, dignity, and self respect, not only for yourself, but at least for Afro elite that you said you respected. Because if you respected him, you wouldn't try to drive by and act like a high school kid and say F you, F your mama, as you sounded like a little kid in middle school. You didn't sound like a 60 something year old child, a 60 something year old person. And so honestly, I hope you seek therapy. I hope you find the therapy you need. I don't think you need I don't think you need to be doing podcasts. I think you need to be healing yourself before you start trying to do podcasts and try to tell other people things and have a voice and voice other people. Because that was very childish. And I hope you heal. I saw the little sneak shots. That's why I was laughing because I knew you were talking about me. But I'm a man that's going to tell you straight up. I'm not going to do the passive aggressive. I'm not going to do none of the little microaggressions. I'm going to tell you straight up, right? And so, if we're going to talk like men, I don't mind talking like men, but don't do the YT passive aggression, microaggression. Don't do that. We can have a real man conversation, right? So again, I hope you seek doing therapy, and I don't think you should be doing podcasts yet until you heal. And I'll land.
I want to say this as somebody who's deemed to be an elder. I didn't name myself an elder. Our people here, Solon Nation, really, those who were identifying as Solon before I met the co-creator, said that I was their elder. There are times I'm so frustrated with the conditions that we're going through. I may snap out. And do you know what the chat will say? Auntie, please calm down. We need you. For you, sir, as an elder, they trying to bounce you out the room like you gotta go. I'm just saying, and it took me a long time to get to a certain place where I can say maybe I shouldn't have snapped like that. And I think you need to come to that place where you do some inner reflecting and admit that sometimes you get tired and frustrated. And you also got to, I don't know what an FBA roster is, but people are asking you to explain that too. You have to understand that you have put into action the effect that you're getting from the chat and from some of us commentating up here. You are problematic in other spaces, and we did say here you tried to hold it together, but there's something underlying, and you need to do your due diligence and finding out what it is. Because in order to be an elder, it's the youth or the younger generation, younger than us, that really decides that. Because there are olders and there are elders. Guess which one you are?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So FBA roster and that whole Shaka name, that's why people question it. Because Shaka is Shaka Zulu, and then you got FBA roster. So anybody's going to question. It's not because of because of what you're saying also, and plus those things you got in your thing. But go ahead, brother, steady.
Yeah, I was just trying to weigh up. On my bad, I didn't mean to be disrespectful, just jumping in like that. Yeah, but dude came up here, man. That dude, man, he got vitriol against us, man. I was in the room with him, I think, yesterday, and they just wouldn't even let me get off nothing. You know what I'm saying? They didn't want to hear no facts. They were just like FBA, F this, F y'all of this. I'm just like, and then some people try to come and educate them on the facts. They just was muting, dropping people. Anybody that came up there with FBA, he was talking crazy. I'm talking about super crazy. And it's just like, dude, did he come up here trying to be the, you know what I'm saying, like the nice guy and stuff, but he's, you know what I'm saying, he really got vitriol, you know what I'm saying, in his heart, you know what I'm saying? And that's why I was like, when he was talking, I was like, man, hold on, let me get up here, man, because he was trying to do the nice guy routine. Well, like Tyreek said, he tried to come in at in the nice guy stuff, but you really got that hate in your heart. That dude don't like nothing about us. I'm gonna tell you that right now. He be in the room with the sassy Caribbeans. He be in there with them sassy Caribbeans, and they be over there thinking they educating somebody and be false, be wrong. You know what I'm saying? That's all I basically want to say. Dude was disingenuous. He came up here. He already knew what he was finna do. You know what I'm saying? He wanted to get his shots off, and that's why he ran. But yeah, Because I wanted him to say that stuff, the same stuff he was saying in the room. I want him to say it here. You know what I'm saying? With other people, you know what I'm saying? That, you know what I'm saying? Because all the F, because I think I was outnumbered. It was a million, and then it was like maybe two of us, and we trying to. They was dogging us. You know what I'm saying? Not intellectually. They just was muting us, dropping us. You know what I'm saying? And then they'd be like, "Well, we let you talk, but no, you didn't. You didn't let me finish nothing. You just wanted me to say what you wanted me to say. You know what I'm saying? Or you wanted me to say what you wanted to hear. So that's all I really want to say. I yield the floor.
No, appreciate that.
Let me add this in there because I did make a comment about elders that hate on the next generation. To that brother that I was just talking, I don't know who you are. You're inconsequential to me, and I wasn't speaking about you. I'm pretty sure. I mean, Afro, you know
Yeah,
who I
I
was
know who you
speaking
were
about,
referring to.
and I wasn't talking about him. I don't even know who the fuck he is. He's inconsequential to me. But when I say elders that hate on the next generation, that had nothing to do with him. So I just wanted to correct the narrative about us not owning things. So I don't know where the whole cursing people's moms and all of that. And I know my brother that just spoke, he was talking about people saying F a lineage and all that. Like that's not cool. There's nothing to argue about. No one's saying F Jamaicans. No one is saying F these other, Africans or Latinos or Asians or even whites. No one's saying that. All we're asking for is the respect of our lineage. And when it comes to the elders, I feel like a lot of elders nowadays hate on the younger generations when the youngers become more successful than the elders did in their prime. And that is not progress. I don't like that. You understand? Because if you teach someone, you expect them to do better. Everyone up here that has children, I know my sister BX, maybe auntie, she probably has children. And she wants her children to do better than her. That's what life is about. That's progress, bro. So if you don't want the younger generation to do better than you, then I don't know what to tell you. I mean, there's no conversation that we can have at that point. You got a young brother up here in Foundation, or you definitely got a young brother up here in Afro, young brother in me, young sister in ZZ up here, and we're trying to do better than you guys did in the past. That's my dog in the background. My apologies. He's playing with his toy. So again, if you're not helping us do better, then nigga, you're hurting us, bro. And I'm gonna just land at that.
Well, I'm young old. I'm old and young. Both of them.
All right, we'll start wrapping things up there. Start wrapping things up. This was a pretty good
Yeah,
space. This was good.
I
So
think Truman is
we'll let
close.
people get their final words in, and then we'll close it out. We'll wrap it up.
And can I ask one more question to the room, Afro? What is this thing about Tariq? Tariq got this thing that niggas just bring his name up when he not even in the room. Like, I don't get it, bro. Like, what is up with y'all niggas? He got like some type of infatuation with these men that just bring him up when he's not even there. Like, do these niggas like go to, excuse my language, do these people go to sleep and they just think like they just say his name right before they close their eyes? Like what is it with this guy? Like
The women do it too. And let me tell you, since Tyreek has been on
Because he be
TikTok,
whooping them intellectually.
one
Yeah, he be
moment,
whooping on them.
they'll go up there and gush over him. I think it's some secret infatuation. The women do it too, brother Sage, brother Steady. I'm mute.
No,
ain't nothing
no,
wrong with the woman doing that. I'm
no
okay
Joe
with the woman.
Sage, no Joe Sage. Oh, go ahead, brother Afro.
I was about to say, first off, for years people have been saying that I've tried to copy Tariq so much. I hear that all the time. That's the number one thing about, oh, you trying to be just like Tariq. They used to say I was trying to be like Jason Black, but then they switched it to Tariq, and they ain't never let that go. Oh, you trying to be just like Tariq? Just like Tariq? Okay, I mean, all right. They gonna say what they gonna say, right? And then he was like, "Oh, you're not a copycat of Tariq. They don't." And then he said something like, "They don't do the lineage radar thing." And I'm all like, "Okay, so are you trying to imply Tariq does that, or like, are you trying to? Is this like a sneak diss towards Tariq by complimenting me like some backhand compliment type? Like I didn't even know
That's what it
why Tariq's
was.
name came
That's
up
what
in
it
the first
was.
place. You know what I'm saying? So it felt like because there was no reason for Tariq's name to be mentioned whatsoever, it felt like that was like a backhanded compliment type thing, either just towards me or him. You know.
They think he our leader or
There,
something.
there goes
That's what it
a
is.
Pan African came in. He just entered the chat, and now he wants to piggyback off the comments. Off of what he here is saying, Timu Tariq, our historic foundation. He's a Pan African who thinks he could debate and be getting his ass ate up in these chats.
All the time. Don't pay him no mind. That dude always gets involved too. We not even gonna pay him no mind. But one thing I will say is literally like BX said, the moment Tyreek came on TikTok, I mean, it's been 24/7 lives about him. I don't get how these people. I had a lot of even some of my people, on the American Indian side, 24/7, 365 live. They do watch parties. He'll be live and they'll have a whole nother live, and just people in general have a whole other live watching him and recording and doing all kinds of. I can never do that. I can never hate on another man. If that man, and a lot of people be mad because they've been on this app for about 5 years, right? They didn't really get no motion. Probably 200 people came in their lives the most, and they see Tyreek come. He come in the first day, 1,000 something views, and they mad about it. They start commenting, well, he got this many gifts, and why did you give that gift to him? And I'm like, hold on, what kind of y'all guys are acting like Jehovah Witnesses? This is getting really weird. It started becoming like a cult. Like if you go to Tyreek panel, they came at me because I was on that live with you with Tyreek came that special that day, and I'm talking about a whole 200 plus people came at me, mad at me because I was on the panel. Well, look at you. You was a fan. No, I just was happy to be in the panel. He came on, and that was it. It's weird. It's like a cult thing. I don't know what it is. People are obsessed until this day. And now, Brother Tyreek came on live like literally 2 months ago. To this day, they have 24/7 lives about Tyreek. I don't get it. I can never be on somebody 24/7, 365. That's not me. So it's weird to me. I don't get why. I think people are mad because they can't get their own motion, their own clout. I tell them, if you mad, get your own motion, get your own clout, make your own lives, and be about something. Don't get mad at somebody that's been doing this for 20 something years. This is not that it's something new. He's been doing it for 20 something years. Some of y'all he wasn't even born. So yeah, he got clout. You can't get mad at that. Build your own motion. A lot of people just jealous. They want the clout that he has.
Yeah, and my 2 cents about it is um they just mad that we delineate, and they have to find somebody to be mad at. It got to be a leader, or got to be a reason why we doing this. You know what I'm saying? And so, and then he's the big. You know what I'm saying? He got his own motion, so it's easy to attack the person that got their own motion. You know what I'm saying? And so, I look at Tyreek as a teacher, just like Foundation, just like Athlete. Y'all all teachers. You know what I'm saying? When y'all give out knowledge, I take it in. You know what I'm saying? I apply it. If some things I apply, some things I don't. But if it applies to me, I keep coming back because I like to learn. You know what I'm saying? And that's the thing with Tyreek. We like to learn. I like to know some things and stuff like that. So I think that's how I look at him as, like he always say he's not our leader, but he is a teacher. You know what I'm saying? I feel like he's a master teacher. You know what I'm saying? And so because he got a lot of wisdom, just like y'all. Like I be in Foundation, I be in your room, I be, you know what I'm saying? A lot of times I just be in
Appreciate
the
you.
comments just listening. A lot of times I be driving and I be listening to what's going on. I don't really say nothing, but yeah, I just think that he got his own motion and they hate it. You know what I'm saying? And they can't beat him. So you know what I'm saying? When you can't beat somebody, you just hate on them. You know what I'm saying? If you can't beat them, you just hate on them, and to the point where so now you eating off of what he's doing. Like I was in the room the other day, and I was just like, well, why y'all worried about him? Why y'all worried about us? If y'all got doing this and doing that, go ahead and do it. We good. We good over here. Why you keep worried about us? You worried about us because you don't have nothing going on. You don't have no motion. So yeah, it's easy to attach yourself, tether on to what we doing, so that way you can get some little money on TikTok or whatever you got going on. It's just like it is what it is. But I just think he's just the biggest right now, and he been doing this thing. He been doing this thing since the, you know what I'm saying, the Mac lessons. He been on TV. People know him, so it's easy to hate on the big boy or the big boss. You know what I'm saying? Just like you know what I'm saying, like it's whatever, a celebrity do something, you know what I'm saying, somebody friend of, if you're a friend of celebrity, the celebrity is going to get the hate the most, more than the other people. So it is what it is, you know what I'm saying. But that's my 2 cents on it. I yield the floor.
Let me add this because I seen something in the comment that Tank Driver said specifically about. I'm not going to name him. I'm just going to say no. It's too late. All that apologizing, saying that you love FBA, it's too late. That brother was given a lot of chances to do right and to not attack people, but he gave a personal attack on Tariq that he probably should have kept to himself, or he could have called that man. See, if I have a disagreement with Afro and I feel something specifically about him, I'll call him on his phone personally. I won't take it to YouTube and say disparaging things about him. You understand? So again, as a grown man, as an elder, you should have done that. So I don't care what this person is speaking to with Dr. Ma'at. Much respect to Dr. Ma'at, but that brother has been given chances, and this thing stems back. It didn't just start 2 weeks ago when he said what he said. This thing stems back all the way to FBA Expo, all the way back. It goes back to a specific person that put something in his ear that made him dislike somewhat Tariq back then. That's why he pulled out of the Expo. But I'm gonna just leave that alone. So again, the brother's been given a lot of chances, and I think that he was handled very, I want to say with kid gloves. I think Tariq handled it with kid gloves, if you ask me. But that's neither here nor there for me to say, because that's Tariq's situation to deal with. But no, I don't care if you love FBA and all that. No. We're not doing that. No. That's my response to that, brother.
So I want to say this is my
Now you
final
can
thoughts.
love
I know.
FBA. You was calling FBA a COINTELPRO 2 weeks ago. Said person was calling FBA COINTELPRO 2 weeks ago. Now you love FBA because you realize that now the community. It's funny how when the community starts getting on you, all of a sudden you take back everything you said, and now you don't believe anything you were saying 2 weeks ago. That's very funny. You know, when he did this a few years ago, and I said it then, everybody's all like, how dare you speak to an elder like that? You ain't nothing. You can't talk to him. He can say whatever he wants to say. I said, no. The fact that he went about it this way shows a lack of character. And it's all he went about it that way. That was Sage. Remember, that was before the expo. That was even before the expo.
Yep.
And then he pulled that thing at the expo. And that confirmed it then. But Tariq was real cool. He didn't even put him on blast about that.
He didn't. And my thing is, you remember Afro. You remember the Expo. You remember backstage what was going on. All
Yeah.
the headache and all that man had to deal with. And he still said nothing. He left it alone. Like, it's all love. I'ma still put you in color 6. So the brother was giving a lot of chances, bro. He was giving a lot of chances. And in all honesty, that's truly how he feels. And the sad part is I personally know the man. That's the sad part. And it's like, brother, that's just who you are. It's really on some hating at this point. That's what it really is.
Yeah.
And that's what it.
Hell, I would like to say something to say just because he got a new TikTok account. And I don't know the frequency that you're gonna be on TikTok, but when you scroll, you're gonna be in what we call the hallway. I want you to pay attention to who says they don't like it. Like sit outside some of the rooms and say who don't like FBA and things like that. And then see how they come in our chat and act like they our best friends. I had to remove a lot of people from my timeline. And I'm just giving you that piece of advice because I notice when Twitter starts migrating here and I go in the room, I be seeing the ops on the pen. And they're friendly. But I don't like to say, well, I think that I'll be like, wait, they're XYZ. And they be like, no, it's okay, BX. I'll talk to them. So I just wanted to give you that piece of advice. Especially if Marshall is going through what he's going through and he identifies as they identify, right? Because some of our American Indians are very cool, but they're our American Indians, but we have the infiltrators, the Caribbeans, the Latinos who are now claiming to be American Indians too. And even with some people who say they're FBA, there's a lot of people that have FBA in their name, and I think it's a ploy. They're really African or Pan African, and they're just trying to get close to us. So from one FBA who loves New York FBA at that, who loves New York and our people, no matter where they are in the nation, I just wanted to give you that heads up. That's all.
So my final words, I'm gonna get. Oh, go ahead, brother Sage.
No. I just want to say thank you to the sis. Go ahead, brother.
No, I was gonna say my final words because I know Brad Afro Lee. I always could tell my brother getting ready to go. I got you, brother. But my final words is this: when it come down to the permanent pause, I want us to move in a place where we don't have no allegiance, whether it come for Trump or whether it come from the Democrats or whether it come to independents. Right? We seize the opportunity and we move in a manner where we utilize the opportunity for what it is, an opportunity. Do we have allegiance to a lot of any of these people? No, right, at all. We understand that a lot of people may not have some of our best interests at heart. We understand a lot of people maybe do things that may try to undermine, right? But we see an opportunity, we will take that and we will go run with it, right? And so I want us to get to a place when it comes to this political arena where we no longer have full allegiance to a lot of these political parties. Like for a Democrat, whether you the 92% quote unquote, or whether you are the MAGA quote unquote, right? Let's remove ourselves from both of those and make these parties tap dance for us for our vote. It's time for us to stop tap dancing for these parties and make them tap dance for our vote. That's been a problem the last 65 years. We've been blue, I don't care who, not asking for tangibles, not asking for anything, and then wondering why we're not getting what we need to get because we've been blue, I don't care who. We have full allegiance to the point where they knew we were going to vote. Matter of fact, they knew so much that we were going to vote that they disrespectfully told us, you ain't black if you don't vote a Democrat. Right? This is how disrespectful we started to get. Right? So they treated us as if, oh, I know you're going to vote anyway, regardless of what I say. So it's time to start making them all tap dance. If the Republicans got something good, they got tangibles, and they tap dancing, and we all agree on it, let's all agree on the Republicans. If the Democrats have something that we can all agree to, and we have some people in positions that are really doing things for our community, we'll all come together and then decide whether we want to vote Democrat. If the independent has something that we all agree to, we need to start utilizing that also and remove both of them because it's no longer going for the lesser two evil. No, let's go for the better of the two greats. No more lesser of the two evils anymore, family. I don't want no evil. Let's go with the better of the greats. Who can be greater from each party, right? The reason why we have the lesser two evils is because we've been settling for too much. It's time to start settling. Let's start getting the better of both all greats, right? So we got to start moving in that manner where we making them tap dance and we move like that, right? And so I'm big on delineation. I'm big on deporting, right? I'm big on group economics and making sure we shopping in Black American owned businesses. The average Black American is spend about 20% of their average monthly income outside of bills, utilities, and savings on Black American owned business and spend it everywhere else. It's time for our own group economics. It's time for us to stop going to these people. Now, not completely. If you are loving, because we are loving people, you can take 15% of your money and put it into that, but make sure 85% is going to Black American owned business. That's all I'm saying. So with that being said, family, I love y'all. Peace a lot, Key. Thank you so much, Afro, for having me up. BX, always a pleasure. Brother Sage, welcome to TikTok, man. Pleasure meeting you. You're a very intelligent brother. And I love to be around family like that, intelligent people like that, brother. Y'all have a great one. Y'all be safe.
You too. Marshall, I expect to hear from you because it's way past August. You know I love you too.
Definitely.
You don't even remember, do you? Don't even remember, do you?
I remember.
Man, BX is on it. She don't know nothing. Whoa.
You know what? I'm going to spill the beans. I'm going to
call you out on a live. There's hundreds of people listening. She be like, nah, remember that one time?
Check his inbox.
Yeah.
He'll message me and then I respond. He don't check his inbox for months. But I know you're busy. Go ahead, spill the
No,
beans.
I'm
You
gonna
said you
spill the
want
beans. I'm gonna tell you what it is because I do stunts. I do stunts. I'm in the stunt industry, so I jump out of car. I mean, jump out of cars. I jump off buildings, put myself on fire, right? So I do movie stuff, right? And so what I wanted to do now is do a Black American movies with Black American narratives and Black American voices. No more having the white team make our movies. So I want to create a Red Summer. I want to create a Seminole Wars. I want to create these things, and I'm a stuntman. I can do the action and everything. And BX
okay.
is the writer. So Baby X has been like, all right, let's make this movie. And I
Right.
haven't been, I've been doing a lot of runarounds. So you got it, BX. I apologize. We're gonna make it happen.
Right, because we got cameramen in the telegram,
That's a
so
fact.
and
That's a
then
fact.
Samuel, he was very receptive. So we have options.
Yeah.
And let me tell you this, and you are in the industry. If we are saying boycott Hollywood because they're not casting us in these movies, now's the time to push our films, our own
Facts.
films, while the
Facts.
demand is out there. I think we got a good shot. And I'm going to tell you, this reminds me of that at the height of
Mm.
Ovid, right? I was telling Black American nail techs, you got to do free. Now's the time to corner, at least get a little piece of the industry again, right? Do you know they ain't take the opportunity? They ain't seize the opportunity. Like, I don't want to go through that no more.
Yeah.
Now's the time. We got to seize the opportunity, or else
Yeah.
we're just going to keep complaining.
Yeah. No, you're right. You know what it is? We haven't been putting a date on it. I'm gonna land on this. We haven't been putting a date on it. I think when you put a date on it,
We
it
had an
puts
August date for
the
the
energy.
initial meeting, Marshall. What are you talking
Yeah.
about?
Yeah. So yeah, we're gonna put a date on it so we can have the official.
You saw how he tried to skirt past that, right? We had August. We had August.
You got it. I'm gonna hit you in the back at BX. BX don't play no games.
Because you know what it is. Nola, our beloved Nola, our Creole Nola, our New Orleanians, told me what it is that I may be a little older than everybody. So I'm like, right now, right now, right now. And sometimes people just not on that type of time.
BX. You
I
got
think
it.
that is crunch time, but I
Yeah.
think I think Twitter is crunch time, and here is recess, and I'm in the wrong place.
All right.
But I'm used to here, and I love here because I love helping people establish their platform, staying a part of the conversation. That's why I got all the Pan Africans blocked, the Africans blocked, the Caribbean blocked. Because in real life, y'all ain't gonna say all that, and I'm not gonna get frustrated on this app. I have, my service to do for my people, and that's helping people brand their pages. And so whereas I'm serious, a lot of people want to cut up, bang on the Africans and stuff like that, and I'm a little bit like, okay, now let's get serious. But
Yeah.
yeah. So we had August. We can get a tentative date when you're ready, and Apple's ready to go. Look at him. Look at
I'm
Yeah.
him.
Yeah.
saying,
As a New Yorker, BX, you talking a little too spicy, so I'm gonna hit you today,
Okay,
today,
no
and make
problem.
sure I hit you today, ASAP.
No problem. All right. Y'all heard him, right? So if I come back in a month like Marshall never hit me, y'all get him. You hear me, Afro?
Nah, I'm definitely
I hear
doing
you.
it.
Thank you.
You're gonna have to be held accountable now. Everybody's done heard it now.
Yeah.
The whole plan. All right. Sage, did you get your final word? And then after that, BX can close us out.
I just want to say love to the family, love to my brothers, all of my American Indians. Y'all are my brothers. All of the people that specifically identify as being from America, Native Black Americans, foundational Black Americans. You are family. Whatever moniker you want to go by, we are on the same team. We wear the same uniform. So I want to say that to all the brothers. Thankful for the brother that's up here that spread all that knowledge. Absolutely. Let's think before we act, family, and let's think before we speak, because sometimes you won't be able to apologize certain things away. So with that being said, I want to say definitely y'all follow me. I can't go live. Maybe next time I'll be able to go. How many followers do you need to go live on
About
TikTok?
A little
600,
less
six,
than
600 to
no,
700, huh?
no, because my third page I had like 50 to 60 followers.
Oh
Um,
wow.
Y'all
everybody
make sure.
follow Sage,
Yeah, y'all make sure
right?
y'all follow me. And
And
then the
then
next
you
time,
keep checking Sage. When you get to like 50 followers, You'll notice on your dashboard, you'll see a plus sign. Click the plus sign and see if you see the word live there. If you see the word live there, click it and see if they say you're eligible, and they'll give you requirements. So your requirements will be 30 minutes for 3 consecutive days. And after that, you'll get the panel. And when you do that, right, you can go live, turn the radio on, and don't even have a topic for 30 minutes
Okay.
for 3 days. So just keep checking. Once you hit 50 followers, which I know you could get, just click the plus sign, look for the word live, click live, and it'll tell you what you have to do in order to get your panel up. But usually those are the requirements.
Thank you so much. See,
You're
spoken like a
welcome.
true auntie. You know, they just spell it all the way out for you. But again, much love to the family. I look to join y'all again when you guys are on TikTok. And yes, we will be coming over. And yeah, Black first.
All right, family. Y'all be safe.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You too,
Thank you.
Marcus. Thank you for gifting y'all.
Thank you. All right. BX, can you close us out? Y'all better be glad I love y'all. Y'all really do. Cause in a
What
second y'all gonna
happened?
start trading cooking recipes and all that. I said I wanted to be gone 30 minutes ago, and y'all sitting up there talking about movies and all that stuff. Okay. Just let them go. Okay.
Uh,
All right.
yeah, well, I gotta catch Marshall when I could catch him because he be busy. He told you he be setting himself on fire, jumping off
Yeah,
fire
yeah, I
and
guess.
whatnot. You
If,
know,
if
working
if the
on his
brother is
own.
setting himself on fire, you need to take the opportunity to talk to him when you can. So,
Oh, okay, Afro. I'll remember for next time. But I gotta ask you, Afro Lee, when is the next time you coming back live on TikTok?
mm, it'll definitely be Tuesday. I don't know about tomorrow. I got some stuff in. I'm pretty busy tomorrow, so I don't know about tomorrow, but definitely Tuesday. I'll let you know for tomorrow though.
Don't forget when I take my old lady nap, so you can't just say I'm going live and then go live.
Okay.
Okay. Also, are you going live on YouTube tonight?
No, not tonight. No.
Okay, so this is my final words. I be saying I'm going to get a pen and paper and write notes, but I'd rather it come from my heart. So my name is BX, the gatekeeper, for a reason, and I just want to reiterate, we're never, the problem with us is that we give the blueprint from A to Z on these here apps. And when I go to other rooms, they ain't saying ish. They're only talking about us. And when I say put your work up, what are you doing besides getting on our nerves? They go mum. Some will even drop from panels. Nobody is giving out the strategy but us. So when you see somebody saying something problematic, such as FBAs won't be able to find out their lineage if we end birthright citizenship, think Democratic Shield, think Caribbean, African, Afro Latino even, who want to fearmonger us. They're going to fearmonger us with ICE, saying that ICE is coming for us. Will we be detained? Yes. If you're from New York City, then you know that stop and frisk ain't never end. But the thing between us and the immigrants is that they go home internationally and we stay here in our nation. Don't be fearmonger, don't give away too much, and if somebody seems slim shady, use your discernment and just hush, because we don't want them tethering on to us. They steal our ancestors' pictures, they take names and try to pass it off. Now they trying to get better, so they'll say, I was born in the South. And you know what I say now? Even immigrants are born in the South. We're finding 30-year-olds who were born in the South. So we have to be mindful when we're giving vibe checks. That will no longer cut it. Okay, y'all? Love y'all for real. Peace, love, light, and reparations to my foundational Black Americans.
All right. Y'all have a good one.